First technical hitch of the morning, I was muted. So good morning, everyone, and welcome to Empowerment and Partnership in Student Engagement. My name is Oisín Hassan. I'm the Programme Manager of NSTEP, the National Student Engagement Programme, and we're delighted to be hosting this conference alongside Quality and Qualifications Ireland and StudentSurvey.ie. I'm just on here to give you a very brief welcome and say please do interact with us during the day. Use the Q&A function throughout the day to ask our panelists and speakers any questions that you may have. I'll now hand over to my colleague in StudentSurvey.ie to tell you a wee bit more about the rest of the day. Thanks, Siobhan.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you so much for being with us. My name is Dr. Siobhan McLonacha, and I'm Project Manager of StudentSurvey.ie, that is the Irish Survey of Student Engagement and the Irish Survey of Student Engagement for postgraduate research students. We are so thrilled to have you here today, and we hope you're excited about this day as we are. Just a couple of things to mention before I hand over to our chairs, who will then run the rest of the session. Please, as Oisín said, do engage with us either through the Q&A in this live session, or else also converse with us through Twitter. Our handle is, you can tweet us at QQI_connect at NSTEP.ie or StudentSurvey.ie, but also using the hashtag Student Engagement 2020. And just to give you a little bit of encouragement in that way, and as our way of saying thank you for attending this event, we will be sending a gift pack out to some prize winners of those of you who engage with us through the Twitter. That pack will include our lovely branded mug. I feel this is very show and tell. A lovely piece of Skellig's chocolate for the coffee drinkers, some lovely ground coffee from Cloudpicker, and those of you who prefer your cup of tea, we'll send you out a few tea bags as well. So you can have a cup of tea and a bit of chocolate on us. So please do engage. And just very, very briefly in relation to StudentSurvey.ie, hopefully those of you who have access to your campus have received a copy of the report. There you go. But for those of you who've not been able to access campus to get your hard copies, the report is currently available for download from StudentSurvey.ie/reports. So that's everything from me for now. I'll hand you over to our chairs to begin the session. Thanks, and I'll hand you over to John.
Thank you so much, Siobhan. Can I say I have a little house in Ballinskellig, which is very close to Skellig Chocolate Factory. So those of you who really like chocolate, that's the place to be. And I can't believe, Siobhan, that you put it up in front of me, because it seems a long time since I've seen that blue wrapper. So good morning, colleagues. And it's just, first of all, Siobhan and colleagues, thank you so much for me the opportunity to join you this morning. This is a really important event. It's one that I'm really enthusiastically as support. The students are at the centre of what we do in all our institutions. To hearing that student voice, which the student survey enables us to do, is critical to that. And I'm really pleased that Siobhan and your leadership and the team in supporting us here today, but more generally across the organisation, is to enable us to hear the student voice in an orderly way, but also, I suppose, to give us the responsibility, all of us as leaders in institutions, to listen to that voice and to act on that voice. And it would be wrong for me to say that it's easy. It's not easy. It's easy maybe to hear, but to listen is something is a bit trickier. And what I mean by that is we hear lots of really good data and really good information, but sometimes we're pretty slow to act on that. And I would say that's a piece of work that we as organisations, and I can only speak for UCC here this morning, but I think more generally, if I'm honest, I think that we as a sector need to see how we can close that famous loop. I wish somebody could find that loop first of all and then maybe close it. But I think for me at least, I think the important point is that today is about listening. For me, listening, it's about hearing the voices, but also putting an action plan in place to see how we can implement the really important steps that our student voices bring before us. So I'm really excited to hear what we're going to, from our speakers, but also to welcome you here today. And Kevin and I are, Kevin is the co-pilot or the pilot. Kevin is the pilot, I'm the co-pilot. So Kevin, you might guide us through all of this, but it's a privilege for me. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm really excited to hear the voices today. Thank you so much, Siobhan. I'll hand over to Kevin now. Thank you.
Thank you, John. John made reference there to us being the pilot and the co-pilot, and hopefully we're able to safely navigate through the journey today and get a safe landing, hopefully no emergency landings. 2020 has been quite a year of change for higher education in Ireland and worldwide, I think it's fair to say. It's probably too early in the morning to use that dreaded word that begins with C that's been on the tip of our tongue for the last 8 months. But there has been another major change here in Ireland when it comes to higher education, and that has been the establishment of the first standalone department for further and higher education. Welcoming you all to today's event is the Minister who took the helm of that department back in June 2020, Minister Simon Harris. Unfortunately, the Minister couldn't be with us this morning, but he has taken the time to send through a video to welcome you all. So I'm now going to hand over to Minister Harris to give an opening address to today's event.
Delighted to have been invited to formally open this forum on empowerment and partnership in student education. I cannot think of a more important time to be talking about student empowerment. We've come through a really tough and difficult year, for everyone in this country, for everyone across this globe, but a particularly tough year for our students. And you have shown incredible resilience. COVID-19 has taken so many legitimate expectations and hopes that you would have for life, and it has turned them upside down, and in many ways it has temporarily taken them away. But I want you to know this. I want you to know that there will be life post-COVID. I want you to know that we will get through this. I want you to know that I genuinely and passionately believe 2021 will be a year in which we make great progress and move to a much higher ground. There's so many hopeful signs out there in relation to vaccines and vaccinations. So thank you for your forbearance. Thank you for putting up with what has been a really difficult, tough and challenging year. I'm proud of young people in this country. In many ways, they have led the way throughout this pandemic. They have worked on the front line and they have shown leadership in their communities. They have helped those in need. I want you to know this. My new Department of Further and Higher Education is not a department that belongs to somebody else. It belongs to you, the students of Ireland. It is for you we have this department, to make sure we can apply a focus to the issues that matter to you. And I know there'll be moments we'll have disagreements. I know there'll be moments where we can't get everything done as quickly as we would all like to. But I genuinely believe working together we can make real improvements. And we've already started. We're reviewing the SUSI support grant, the student support grant system, to make sure it's fit for purpose, because it's currently not. We're putting in place structures in the department so we can hear your voice. We're developing a new literacy and numeracy strategy to make sure no one gets left behind. We're setting up technological universities across our country to make sure you can access higher education no matter where you live in our country. We've doubled the Student Assistance Fund. We've provided a fund to buy laptops, so you don't just say to students we're moving things online without actually providing them with the supports. So 5 months in, we're already trying to get things done together, but we have so much more to do. And I really look forward to working with you, the students of Ireland, but working with all our education partners to make sure we build the further and higher education system that we want, to make sure that we get the message out there that there is a pathway for you, no matter who you are, whether you're male or female, where you live, where you come from, or what your mum or dad did to get to where you want to get to in life. We're only beginning the journey, and I'm really excited about this, but I have no doubt that after COVID-19 we will emerge stronger. We will have learned things from this pandemic, things about how to support each other and look after each other, but also about how we can use online to help, but also about the importance of human contact and human interaction. So we'll have many difficult and challenging days ahead, but we're going to get through them, and we're going to emerge stronger from them. I hope you have a great conference, and I really do look forward to when we can all meet in person again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister, for your kind words. We look forward to working with the Minister to place all students at the centre of decision making in higher education and at the centre of the new department. At the core of today's event is strong commitment to embodying the principles of student partnerships. Every national representative body, USI have been delighted to work alongside StudentSurvey, and endeavour in the development of this event. With the spirit of partnership at the forefront of our minds, it's very fitting that the first speaker is Lorna Fitzpatrick. Lorna Fitzpatrick graduated from Business and Human Resource Management in Institute of Studies in Carlo. Lorna got involved in class rep, part-time president for Education and Welfare, president at IT Carlo Students Union. Lorna left IT Carlo Students Union in 2018 to take up the role of president for the USA, where she engaged with USA encompassing Tralee, Limerick, Cork, Waterford, and of course Cork. Lorna is currently serving her second term as the president of Ireland. The first person in nearly a decade to serve two terms. The president of USA, Lorna represents 374,000 students across the island, working with student officers, and a range of stakeholders, trying to protect and protect students in every aspect of their lives. Lorna is also the boss, so I'll leave it to where I say everything I might get in trouble for, and I'll hand over to your first speaker today, Lorna Fitzpatrick.
Thanks a million, Kevin. I hope you can only hear me once, but I'm not entirely. I can hear a bit of feedback from myself. The joys of online. We're all trying to work with you. I might try to mute and come back. I wonder, are we in a better position now? I don't believe so. This is just COVID-19. I'm sorry for saying the C word. So not to get it in there. We're trying to work out some technical. Apologies for the delay here. Okay, I think we're going to try again. Oh, I don't hear myself back, so I think that's a good start. Brilliant. I'm seeing some smiling faces now, which is much better. So I think we're good to go. So apologies for that slight technical hiccup. I suppose that's the joys of it all at the moment. I think we're all coming to terms with the technology that we're using and trying to learn more about it each and every day. But first of all, it's a pleasure to be here with you today to welcome and open the Empowerment and Partnership in Student Engagement Conference. I'm thrilled to have been asked to welcome and to open this conference here today. As Kevin said, although with quite an echo, my name is Lorna Fitzpatrick. I am the President of the Union of Students in Ireland. And I'm sure it comes as absolutely no surprise to you that student engagement is something that we care a lot about in the Union of Students in Ireland. It's brilliant to see such a great schedule for today. And honestly, It reassures me that we are making great progress in supporting and developing meaningful student engagement across all levels of our sector. When I was asked to speak at this event, I spent some time thinking about the principles of today: empowerment and partnership. And it made me look back on my own time and my own journey in the student movement and how I've gotten to the position to be able to speak to you today. Full disclosure, I have been involved in the student movement for quite a few years now, from my role as a class rep, right through to being a part-time and full-time officer in IT Carlow Students' Union before going on to be elected to USI. So I think it's safe to say I've probably ran more elections than many politicians in Dáil Éireann, but the less we say about that, the absolute better. I think about the definition of empowerment for today. I looked up what it meant before putting these words together, and what came through was the process of becoming stronger and more confident. Well, in my case, that most definitely was true, although my secondary school teachers will probably tell you that I was very quick to speak up. But if we look at that definition and think about it through the prism of student engagement, and particularly in my experience, it was the people around me supporting me, providing me with the resources to recognise the skills I had, while also providing me with the space to develop them further. I think that's critical in the wider theme for today, and it is the foundation for empowerment. Students know they have a voice. They know they have something they want to say, but sometimes they don't know where or how to say it in a way that can lead to a better outcome. And let's be honest, there's study after study telling us about the importance of diversity in decision-making within the workplace. Today, we've seen an Irish Times article with Dr. May speaking about the significance in becoming the first female president of a university and how much more needs to be done to ensure gender equality. So we know the same importance of diversity to be true of decision-making within education. So it would be hard to think that meaningful student engagement in the decision-making within their colleges would not lead to better decisions. Thankfully, we have travelled this road quite a bit. And I think there is broad recognition for the importance of ensuring the student voice is at the table. But at times, I think we may still have better to do to ensure that it is in a meaningful way. One way to ensure that that is the case is through empowering students, providing them with the space to access training, to support them to engage, to develop their skills further so that they can be involved in a meaningful way, while ensuring the structures and the culture is one of inclusivity and support. Students are active citizens, both in democracy and in our college communities. We don't need to create them. We just need to create and further build the platforms for them. We must also recognise the diversity in our campuses and ensure that our brilliant diversity is reflected in all areas of our structures for partnership. And again, much of this will come back to the central themes of today: empowerment, partnership, but also the broader culture in which they are couched. We need to recognise that the student representation has increased. We are doing better than before. There is, in most cases, recognition of the importance of student voice. But now we need to focus on moving past that and building further. I think we have to recognise how far we have come from solely meeting the legal requirements, but let's not rest on our laurels. We need to continue to champion those developments. Students want to be partners in their learning and in the development of their institution. We want to have seats at the table that does the work, alongside the table that makes the decision. Students have a vital role to play in the sense of community, something that I think we all miss at the moment. The evidence is clear, and much of the research you will hear today, it will underpin the need to keep progressing. Today is a great example of partnership in action. In all panels and sessions, there are staff and student voices on the same platform. There is an emphasis on the process for engaging students in a meaningful way, which is very much welcomed. As a national student representative, I strongly believe we need to lead by example to support the capacity building and cultural change within all levels of our institutions, from a course level to a faculty and school level, right through to the overall institution. We will also have the opportunity to look at some of the work that has been undertaken over the past few years to enhance student engagement. The organisers, StudentSurvey.ie, NSTEP and QQI have played vital roles in the enhancement and development of partnered learning communities. StudentSurvey.ie provides a space for students to express their views on their engagement within their learning community. The results of the surveys have shown the amazing work that has been done by the students, the staff and the leadership within institutions to ensure engagement throughout. However, there's always room for improvement, and StudentSurvey.ie provides each institution with the opportunity to recognise those areas and encourages the institution to work with their campus communities, particularly staff and students, in a partnered approach to enhance these further. And I look forward to hearing some about those developments later today. NSTEP aims to strengthen student engagement and decision making across higher education, with staff and students to embed the principles of students and co-creators and partners within their institutions. The student training programme, which is fully online this year and exceeding all targets, is a testament to the focus being placed upon empowering students. I think back to attending class rep training before NSTEP, and I really can't explain how much of a difference it has made to student engagement and to the overall student experience. Today we'll hear about the drivers, the enablers and the principles that underpin the work of NSTEP, all of which will be exciting developments for student partnership. QQI continues to champion the enhancement and importance of embedding student voice within the quality enhancement structures of our institutions. The National Agency for Quality placing such an importance on the student voice has in no small way really helped to progress the national picture for student engagement. Many advancements in meaningful student engagement are in no small way down to the work of the organisations leading and supporting today. However, it must be said that much of the development is down to the college communities taking steps to improve the culture, to engage with students as partners, and to recognise the challenges as they are presented while working together to find and embed solutions. And so, back to that dreaded C word that I did try to avoid for most of this. We all know the challenges that COVID-19 has posed in our daily lives. Students and staff alike have been forced to change many of their practices, basically overnight. And I wish to thank and commend the staff who have done all in their power to support student learning during this time. We have the National Teaching and Learning Report launched by QQI earlier this year, which shows how much work was undertaken by the sector in such a short period of time to ensure high quality teaching and learning continues while this pandemic continues to impact our daily lives. Students have been very vocal about the challenges that they have and continue to face with their colleges, with their local students' unions, and with us. And we continue to further vocalise their experiences and work with other key stakeholders to help find solutions. Once again, trying to lead by example through showcasing students as co-creators and as partners. Ensuring students are central to discussions and decisions during and post COVID-19 must be a priority for us all. Students, as the largest stakeholders in many colleges, have a unique experience and valuable perspective to bring to the table when discussing these issues. It would be a shame if they were not to be engaged. I know we are all under immense pressure to get things over the line, and sometimes meaningful engagement may be viewed as a delay to the process. But I can assure you, the students I have had the pleasure of working with over the past few months would add new perspectives that may open entirely new avenues that would achieve better outcomes. It comes back to the principle and underlying understanding of diversity and different voices leading to better solutions. The current situation will continue for some time, although hopefully not for years ahead, but there are going to be major challenges and major changes to our sector in those years. They are yet to be fully identified, but one thing is clear. Partnership between staff and students will be a core component to these future developments. Otherwise, we risk missing some great opportunities. So to close, I want to say thank you for your time this morning and to say that I have absolutely no doubt that we will continue to learn from each other today, tomorrow, and into the future. The Union of Students in Ireland is, as always, committed to supporting and enhancing structures to support student engagement, and we look forward to working with you all into the future to achieve that. Gar míle mágad.
Good, Lorna, thank you so much. So I'll pick it up here. Lorna, just huge congratulations and thanks to you for your leadership and the student body. We hugely appreciate and need your leadership. So thank you. It's critical at this time that leadership is shown like you have done. And I was really struck by a few comments that you've made. I think, first of all, training. I think there can be power plays often in rooms where students come in and it's not, I'm thinking of governing authorities, I'm thinking of management teams where, it can be quite a lonely place for a student. So I think we need to make sure the students feel supported and feel truly listened to, that it's not a sense of tokenism. And I think your idea of their meaningful engagement, I think is the phrase you used, and the training, I think are absolutely critical. And I think training is for as much for the staff as much for the students, actually. Sometimes we kind of say, well, we got to train up the students and make sure that they can do all the things we want them to. Actually, no. In some ways, we need to get the staff and the management to listen too, and listen in a new and a different way. I have the privilege of chairing the judging panel for the BT Young Scientists in Biology, and I was really struck by the piece of work that the two young men did this year in terms of gender matters. And what they showed actually was it was the boys that need the attention, not the girls. Actually, the girls were well able to recognise the importance of diversity and the role of that. And I suppose as much here for a student, it's much as the management and the organisations to learn and train us about how we can engage with students. So I hugely thank you, Lorna, for your leadership and for prompting us and continuing to challenge us. I've just come off a meeting with my own management team this morning where people feeling uncomfortable, and I mean uncomfortable in the sense that change is happening. If we're not feeling edgy and we're not feeling that things are changing and we're feeling uncomfortable, then change isn't happening in the way that we believe that should support our students. The final point, I think that we have a responsibility, all of us. There is a kind of a narrative creeping in that students are customers. Students are not customers, actually. They're not customers, and we should not be thinking about students as customers. So we've got to be really careful that we don't create a narrative that brings us in a place that we don't want to be. And certainly as a higher education institution like UCC and leader, I do not want that kind of narrative. I want a true partnership that you've called out, Lorna, and be assured that we will work really hard. We will make mistakes, but I want you to be assured that when you call it out, we will listen and we will try to do things better. And I hope that across the sector we will see that. So Lorna, huge thanks to you and the team at the Union Students of Ireland, both locally, from my own team locally, and we've had our moments, as we all know, and that's good. Actually, I've said that to them themselves. There will be moments we'll agree and disagree, but at least there's a mutual engagement, and that's the partnership. We're all on the same page. So Lorna, huge thanks to you for your fantastic words of wisdom this morning and leadership. So I think we'll move on in the interest, Kevin, if that's okay. I'll move on to and Laura to the next two speakers. So I'm heavily involved in my own discipline in climate change and climate action and sustainability. And I'm a scientist, and I think, and I don't mind saying this, I've said it out loud, I think scientists may have failed actually in communicating the problems with climate action and climate change, probably because we speak too much to the head and maybe not to the heart. And I think what we're seeing this morning is a really interesting presentation by Sophia Abbott and Lucy Mercier-Mapstone, who are actually going to engage in a poetic dialogue. I once had a conference on sustainability, and our professor of creative practice came in and gave a dance to sustainability. And, people thought it was mad, but actually, if you do get to people's heart, and Irish people are really good at this, and I know we're beyond Irish, there's lots of other different communities here, but in Ireland we talk about music and poetry, and it's ironic that they are actually talking about poetry this morning. So I'm really excited to hear the next presentation by both Sophie and Lucy. So very briefly, Sophie is currently studying for PhD in education, concentrating on higher education, expected to conclude in 2024 in George Mason University, USA, having completed her MA in higher education at Elon University, engaging in a project in student perceptions of teaching. She's currently studying, as I say, for PhD, and I think that'll be really at the cutting edge of the knowledge generation. She's joined by Lucy, who's a lecturer curriculum at the University of Sydney, previously lecturer in higher education and design in the faculty of Science, University of Technology in Sydney, and our sole focus on academic development and STEM. And together they are building a partnership, and actually they have produced a book called The Power of Student-Staff Partnerships, Student, Faculty and Staff Revolutionising Higher Education. Let's have a revolution. So we're really excited to hear the presentation, which I think is a pre-recorded. So thank you so much. So I'll ask someone to play the videos, please. Thank you so much.
In short, we have many questions. What do we do when we use the same terms without realizing we're talking past each other?
We re-examine.
The single story of partnership could be a barrier to growth. What is partnership?
Scholars use many names. Our space is probably most familiar to you as students as partners or student-staff partnership.
The language startles. It invites dialogue, as metaphors do. It asks us to unlearn what we think we know.
Machinations of higher education are always governed by politics. The isms are well documented and hard to ignore. Partnership is a political process, questioning taken for granted ways, working against the grain.
Here it's different. Partnership opens up new spaces.
Spaces in the margins.
Counter spaces that challenge. Collaborative, equitable relationships in teaching and learning.
Aspirational, values-based, highlighting the collocations.
Academic selves.
Student selves.
Past selves.
Future selves.
We've all been students.
Partnership provokes us, destabilizing neat categorizations that abstract us.
Partnership makes us human again. The ambiguity of partnership opens our eyes, pushes us to accept discomfort, offers a new language, a new lens to explore, writes new rules for the classroom.
Exercise patience. Be open-minded. Fully understand.
Be playful in academic spaces.
Be joyful.
You choose who you are going to be in partnership. A way of being in the academy.
We are no longer acting. We must take seriously multiple sites of power. We navigate difficult terrain. This requires careful attention by all. I was not always met with understanding. I developed resilience through these resistances. This resilience allows me to push back.
But how do we engage in partnership meaningfully? We have to be ready for unexpected sudden branchings. Can students truly be equal when the power, privilege, and status are inscribed?
Are we unintentionally reinforcing exclusive beliefs?
I wonder about the missionaries' civilizing tones of bringing resistant students into the fold.
Does this sound familiar to you? Why do you think that is?
We persist nevertheless. The urgency, weariness, a hope and hesitation. Some of us turned inside out, all of us disheveled and disoriented.
This is a place in which we stretch ourselves, in which we rely on one another to pull us in new directions, in which we are all equally twisted up.
Aka, Mori, both to teach and to learn.
This was our understanding of partnership. Students astonished that staff seek their perspectives, staff re-energized by the thoughtfulness of students. We became cohesive, transformed by authentic encounters.
Partnerships allow us to aspire.
We listen anew to each voice, to know we would never know once and for all.
So, Lucy, should we tell our audience a bit about what it was that we just read?
It's tempting to leave them in the dark, but yeah, let me give you a little background. So Sophia and I recently published an edited collection of chapters from all around the world about student-staff partnership. And this poem called Re-envisioning Partnerships is what's called a transcribed poem or a poetic transcription, where we've taken the words of all of our authors, over 50 of them, both students and staff, and put them into poetic form to bring new light into the way that we understand what this concept is that has been taking our sector by storm over the past kind of decade or so. And Sophia, we've been asked to talk today a little bit about provocative partnerships. And the first thing that comes to mind when we think about that phrase, for me, is always power. So if I ask you to unpack that poem a little bit, what does it tell us about the role that power plays in student-staff partnerships in higher education?
I think this poem really reinforces for me the way that power cycles in partnerships. There's a cyclical way to the poem and to the process itself that we keep coming back to similar questions about agency and how we navigate our roles with one another. And the poem itself goes in these circles as well, focusing first on the hope and then on the challenge and then on the hope again and then on the challenge again, backwards and forwards in this kind of constant tension. I like to think of power in partnerships in terms of feminist beliefs about power, that power never goes away. When you're in partnership, you're never going to be in a situation where a student and a staff member is at the same level or has no power together. And we wouldn't want that. But power can cycle and it can shift and move within the relationship. And I think I've been really inspired by Bell Hook's idea of mutual empowerment, the feminist idea of power as empowerment, something that moves together through us and isn't a zero-sum experience, that together we can make each other even more powerful. That's what the collaboration and kind of space and hope of partnership is for me. Lucy, I know that you examine power in your research through various theoretical lenses. What do some of those lenses tell us about the complexity of these power relationships?
Well, I think you can think of power in many different ways. The most obvious when it comes to student-staff partnership is written in the name, right? Students have a very different type of power than staff do, and that power is inscribed by institutions. So, for example, staff have arguably a lot more power than students within the academy because we're paid to be here, our time is recognised and valued, we assess students, we set the curriculum. Historically, that has been our domain as staff. But increasingly we see students keep pushing back against that and exerting a power that they have predominantly in numbers. One of the ones that I really like to think about is the UK example of Why Is My Curriculum White? Where a large amount of students got together and started what has become an international movement to push the academy to be more diverse in how it represents diversity within the curriculum. And so I think power isn't as simple as inscribed by institutional roles, but then we also have to think of the intersections. And so a theory I really like to look at student-staff partnership through is intersectionality. By Kimberly Crenshaw, a feminist scholar from the US. And Kimberly Crenshaw talks about power existing as a matrix. And there's multiple different ways that people are imbued with power based on where we're positioned in society, our gender, our race, our neurotypicality, our ability, our sexual orientation. There's loads of different ways that we can have power or not have power and be oppressed by systems that underprivilege certain of those identities. And where those identities intersect, there's a really complex confounding factor that plays in. So I know there's some great work that has been done questioning power relationships in student-staff partnership when race comes into play. So what if it's a woman of colour is the staff member and the student in the partnership is a white male? Yes, the woman has more institutional power, but societally speaking has a lot less power because of her gender and her race. So that, for me, is a really nice lens to kind of really complexify the notion of partnership and power. So I'd really like to share a poem with you. This came from Anita Rakai and Rachel Geitman and myself working as students, and we did some reflection around our work as students and as women in student-staff partnership. And like the poem before, we transcribed our results in poetic form to bring new light to our voices in a way that collectively we could speak together. So this is called Workshop Partnership. I am a strong, powerful woman, confident in my abilities, entitled to my voice. I attended a workshop on partnership, a group of 3, me, an undergraduate, a female faculty member, a male senior administrator. Interrupting a conversation I wasn't invited to, trying to insert my thoughts, a minimally disruptive decision. his back actively turned to me, I really had to shove them in. They nodded, officially expressed interest. A strong, powerful woman, a slight smirk. You know how they are. A token, all that self-belief out the window. It felt like a defeat. I became a note taker. He thanked me for being part of the group.
Wow. I think many people at this conference today will recognize themselves in the discomfort that is expressed in this poem. Can you tell me a little bit about where it came from, Lucy?
I think it was a sense of frustration that the three of us had about the discourse and narratives around partnership being about empowering students, but that if it's not done authentically and those bigger intersectional effects, when they're not taken into account and really paid careful attention to in terms of the power dynamics, that partnership can actually be a really disempowering process. And so that was a combination of a number of our many experiences where we were tokenistically included as students in the room, but our voices were not valued and were not heard. And in nearly every instance where we felt that to be the case, there was usually a gendered impact intersecting there. And so trying to tease out that intersection that happens when we don't pay enough attention to power in its many forms in partnership. And Sophia, I know you have had a lot of experiences of working in partnership, like me, with between being students in partnership, being staff in partnership, being student and staff working in partnership at the same time. What are some of the other ways in which power has played out in partnership for you?
It's a great question. I think this poem and the one before and what you were sharing earlier, Lucy, about intersectionality is the role of your position in an institution is nebulous. And an interesting part of working in partnership, especially as a student and then moving on and continuing to be involved in this realm, is that you don't stay a student, and that many people who get excited about partnership go through transitions and are sometimes students and then sometimes staff and then sometimes academics, and they kind of transition through many of these roles and are multiple of these things at the same time. And now as a graduate student, I'm experiencing that very firsthand. And that liminality is an element of partnership that is really key and interesting to dissect. There's a great article by Alison Cook-Sather and Zane Smith talking about the liminality of partnership and the way that partnership itself creates a liminal space for people to exist in, where your roles still matter, but you're also taking on or operating in a wholly new role, which is that of a partner. And that itself is, I think, both a challenge for power and for the traditional dynamics that we're working in and the social structures that never go away, but also a really cool space of hope and excitement. I think another really exciting area, you mentioned tokenization in this poem, and I think the idea of being a token as a partner is a really interesting one to me, and one that I think Goddard and Abby Flint explore in really, really exciting ways in our book when they talk about student representation systems in the UK and the ways that student reps can be partners and can act in partnership ways, but are also asked to serve as representatives for the other students. And in that sense, often at risk of being tokenized as the epitomization of a student. And that's just not the case. Like, a single student can never be a representative of every institution. So the power that student holds is quite substantial, but then the positions that they're put in to speak for or speak on behalf of their peers and colleagues is a really challenging one, and can also put them in vulnerable situations with the institutional leaders that they're working with.
And equally comes from a place of institutions wanting to give students power, right?
Right.
And so it ties back into that cyclical nature of partnership. And I often raise questions about the notion of institutions giving students power, because if we think about Freire's work on pedagogy of the oppressed, which I know that some people have started drawing lines between partnership and kind of work, and I think that is absolutely fantastic. But he says that liberation has to come from the people who are being oppressed. It can't be something that is given, because if it's given, it can be taken away. And I definitely think that notion is really an important one to think about viewing representation systems through the lens of partnership, especially in the UK, where they're so widely and so well embedded, to acknowledge that they have great power for causing disempowerment and tokenism, but also huge power and immense power for students to self-empower. And that's the kind of language that I like to think of when it comes to partnership, is finding a place for students and staff to find mutual empowerment.
Yeah, I agree.
And I think we've got one last poem for people, if we're right.
So I wanted to end with a poem of hope and of that space of mutual empowerment and what is possible in these close, reciprocal, trust-filled, really beautiful, joyful relationships. This poem is by Abby Flint, and she published it in the Power of Partnership book in her chapter, and Between Us. Her email suggests we meet in the not quite space of the university cafeteria to talk over coffee and cake. Here, supervisions and group work rub tables with dissections of nights out. She stands and waves. I know her by the scarf she often wears in class, blue and green geometric silk. We sit down to our uncertain task, a dance of asking, listening, carefully offering slivers of self between us, a brave space. She pulls the scarf through her fingers. Our work is built on work and small actions. A name remembered, a door held open, a palm outstretched, food shared, tiny significant kindnesses. She lays her scarf across the table between us, an intricate path.
I literally have goosebumps. I get it every time I read the poem, because it just reminds me so much of all of the joys of partnership. So I think on that note, we're going to wrap up, and with that, as the title suggests, we've given you some provocations around partnership, and it's been a real pleasure. So thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That was really inspiring and amazing pedagogy. So thanks for organizing that. While we get back on screen, I think it's a bit fuzzy at my end. I think, okay, we're back. Just to remind us, hashtag Student Engagement 2020. The Twitter machine is pounding out the tweets, so keep them coming. So hashtag Student Engagement 2020. So I'm going to hand back now to Kevin to introduce our next speaker, Kevin, and we take some questions and answers then. Kevin, over to you. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much, John. I think we may have a video now on equity and inclusivity.
Thank you. Thanks, Kevin.
That video up. Just while we're waiting for that video to load, just a reminder to use the Q&A box if you want to submit any questions for any of this morning's speakers. We'll be doing a Q&A after our second keynote, and I'll now pass on to the video.
Thanks, Kevin. Kevin, I think we've gone into the Hudson. If anybody's watched that great movie with Tom Hanks and the pilots have put it into the river, so we may have gone into the Hudson or we're coming back out of it. But look, it's really hard. I can see Laura really working hard. So Laura, thank you so much. It's not easy, and we've all been there. So thank you. Don't worry. We'll work through this.
Equity and
Thanks very much, Laura.
Equity and inclusion is critical for student engagement. As a student that's profoundly deaf, I feel excluded in college when there's no captioning on videos or on online lectures. Lecturers have been reluctant to adapt their teaching methods to be more accessible to me. I'm not the only person that feels excluded. Many other students with diverse backgrounds feel this way and they are not included in the conversation. The universal design for learning framework is important as it gives all individuals equal opportunities to learn by introducing more flexible methods of teaching, assessment and service provision to cater for the diversity of learners in our classrooms. We are experts by experience. We need to be included in these conversations, and with the co-production between staff and students, we can create a learning environment that is suitable for all students.
Thanks, Laura, very much for managing that. That wasn't easy. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura, and thank you, John. We had a little bit of turbulence there, but we're back in smooth sailing again. So some real food for thought from the contributions we've had so far this morning, particularly I think in relation to the concept of power as it relates to engagement and partnership. And I'm sure there's lots still to come. So our second keynote speaker of this morning's session is Dr. Catherine Bovell. Cathy is Senior Lecturer in Student Engagement at the Institute for Academic Development in the University of Edinburgh, and she's also a Visiting Fellow for Knowledge Exchange at the University of Winchester, where she teaches on the UK and I think possibly the worldwide, the first Masters in Student Engagement, or one of her students is actually yours truly. Cathy leads the IED Programme and Course Design team, supporting curriculum enhancement across the University of Edinburgh. She leads the University Learning and Teaching Conference team, is the convener of the Principals Teaching Award Scheme, and supports a range of strategic student engagement projects across Edinburgh. Cathy is also a Principal Fellow of the Higher Education Academy, a Fellow of the Staff and Educational Development Association, and Scottish representative on the UK Teaching Excellence Awards Advisory Panel. And she also regularly publishes and presents her research internationally on student engagement, students as partners, and student-staff co-creation of the curriculum. In this presentation, Cathy is going to outline evidence of the benefits of building positive student-staff relationships and partnerships, and she will use this evidence to explore whether we could be considered to be negligent if only some students get the experienced partnership within higher education. So without further ado, I will hand you over to Cathy.
Thank you ever so much, Kevin. I'm going to now try and do my technicalities of sharing my screen, which I'm hoping is working for you. So good morning, everybody. And first of all, thank you ever so much to the National Student Engagement Programme, to StudentSurvey.ie and to QQI for this fantastic opportunity to speak with you this morning. The one downside of speaking this morning is that I have to follow Sophia and Lucy's wonderful presentation, and also from student comments and presentations previously. So that's the challenge, but I will do my best. So as Kevin has said, my kind of intention this morning is to try to ask a provocative question of whether we might be considered negligent if some students don't get to experience partnership. So if I can start by suggesting that I think most of us would understand partnership in different ways, and we might define it in different ways. And certainly Sophia and Lucy suggested that we often use different terminology, and when we think of partnership, we perhaps think of different things. So in some work that I did about a year ago, I actually tried to create what I've called a typology in order to think about what kinds of partnership and co-creation we're doing. I use the term co-creation quite a lot, and I'll come on to that shortly as to why. And so just to give you a few examples within that typology, these are the kinds of questions I'm asking. What is the context for co-creation? So is it something that's seen as curricular? Is it extracurricular? Is it university-wide? Have you selected students from a larger group? So students that are involved in that partnership, are they selected and perhaps interviewed for their role? Are they or are they being invited as a whole group or a class of students to be involved? And what's the nature of that involvement? Are students being informed, consulted, involved? Are they partners, or are they leading the work? And what is the nature of any reward or recompense that students might receive? Do they get paid? Do they receive some vouchers or perhaps some course credit? Perhaps they're not paid, or in some cases students receive refreshments. And each of those different kinds of reward or recompense have implications for students in terms of their ability to participate. And there are all sorts of questions we might ask about inclusivity, depending on whether students are being paid or not and the nature of their involvement. So there are lots of other questions within that typology that I've produced, but in a sense it's there so that we can really see some of the patterns of different kinds of partnership. So you can imagine if we had a university-wide partnership initiative that involved a selected group of students, and those students are perhaps working as partners and they're perhaps being paid for that piece of work. That's going to be quite different from a curricular partnership involving a whole class of students who perhaps are involved but not always perhaps at a level we would describe as partnership, and they're receiving course credit for that rather than being paid. You can see immediately that's just two examples, but that you can end up with quite a range of different kinds of partnership out there. So I think we do need to be careful when we're talking about partnership. What sorts of partnership are we talking about? In this quote from a book that I was involved in writing a few years ago now with some American colleagues, we came up with this definition of partnership specifically within learning and teaching. And this has been a quotation that I think has been referred to quite a lot within other people's writing and within the literature. I think one of the things I want to draw attention to here is that we highlight that often within partnership, this is about partners contributing equally, but importantly in this, not necessarily in the same ways. And so I think partnership within this definition, that one of the key parts of that is about, we can collaborate, but unless we're kind of contributing in equal ways and we have some sort of equal respect underpinning that, we have to sort of question, is that really partnership? And so that's led me very much to try to kind of distinguish between some different terminology. And so these are terms, and I'm looking at this very much within learning and teaching at this stage, hence why I've included the term active learning. But just to try and distinguish three kind of terms that you might see very regularly, but what is the difference between them? Because there's clearly overlap between these terms. And so if we look at something like active learning, that's involving students very much and meaningfully within teaching and learning. And so there's an implication of interaction going on between students and staff and between students and students. But it probably doesn't imply the level of equality that we're talking about when we say partnership. And so there is a distinct difference between those, and yet partnership also involves and requires interaction to take place. And then if we go in the middle somewhere there, co-creation, a term I quite like using a lot, I think as well as there being interaction, the difference between active learning and co-creation might be around the expectation in co-creation for there to be shared decision making and there to be negotiation of decisions that are taking place. And so that's in addition to that interaction that might be taking place in active learning. So I'm not convinced that active learning always includes shared decision making and negotiation, for example. And similarly, you would say for partnership, that also involves shared decision making and negotiation, but I'm not sure that co-creation necessarily involves the equality that's implied. And my point for distinguishing those is that often I speak to staff and students around universities around the world, and people say, you know, I'm doing this piece of work, but I'm not convinced that it can be called partnership. And I think really to free people up a little bit to say, it may not be partnership, but what you're doing is incredibly meaningful, and you are building these incredible relationships between staff and students. And there is a real shift of power. And there is shared decision making going on. So rather than getting caught up on, you know, can I call it partnership because actually I assess the students at the end of the course, or can I call it partnership because I'm a staff member and I'm being paid to sit on this committee, but perhaps the student rep is not being paid, then I think in some ways that's where co-creation can be a helpful term to sort of free us up of some of that. However, so I will sort of move between those terms a little bit this morning. So a little bit of a shift into the start of me, why I'm asking this question about whether we can be considered negligent. So back in 2014, there was a very interesting article that was published by Freeman et al. And it's based in science, engineering, technology and maths, sorry, STEM kind of subjects. And they did a big literature review where they looked at all the evidence for active learning and the positive impacts that come from active learning. And they very creatively, in my view, they asked a provocative question of, it's trying to say, if active learning evidence was seen as, if active learning was seen like a medical treatment, then we would, like, basically with the evidence that exists to date, we would stop any control in a trial because we know that the treatment is effective. And so in a sense, we would be seen as ethically questionable if we continue to not offer that treatment to somebody. And so if we think about that in terms of active learning, they're suggesting it's ethically questionable to continue lecturing without actually having active learning as part of it. And so that got me to thinking about partnership in a little bit more detail. So let's think about the evidence that exists for partnership and whether we might be also potentially considered to be negligent. So some of the partnership evidence that's sort of growing that's out there is there's certainly evidence suggesting that partnership leads to enhanced engagement, enhanced motivation, and these are benefits, I should state, that from this work from Cook-Sather, myself and Felton in the States, that we found these outcomes for both staff and students. Which I always think is very interesting and perhaps goes against what people think. They think, you know, these are the benefits for students, but actually we were seeing these as shared across staff and students. So engaged motivation and enhanced engagement and motivation, but also excitingly, I think, real enhancement of metacognition. So students really report that they gain insights into how they learn and learning how to learn in more effective ways. They gain a greater confidence and sense of identity through partnership practices, and we see enhanced classroom practices. And you can see for staff that kind of enhanced metacognition often comes through working with students in partnership tends to lead you to question why you teach in the way that you teach. Alongside that evidence, growing evidence also came at a similar time actually in terms of publication, but the Healy, Flint and Harrington work that was done for the Higher Education Academy, which was an overview of partnership, also drew together further evidence, and there was an international literature review in 2017 which actually Lucy and Sophia, who have just presented, were both authors on that literature review, drawing together kind of growing evidence of the impacts of partnership. And we've seen also a burgeoning of new journals where there's just growing evidence in a whole range of different kinds of evidence for benefits of partnership. And here's a different form of evidence. So a quote from a student here, and this is actually now from about 10 years ago, some early partnership work. But to this day, Stephen is the only teacher who has asked me what I wanted to get out of taking class, ever. I had never even thought about it. I grew up thinking what I assumed every other student thought, and the majority of students still think. What do I want to get out of class? An A. The thought of actively trying to learn something never crossed my mind. I find that powerful every time I read it, in terms of the importance of us actually connecting with students enough to have conversations and actually, in this case, work in partnership, but to start to really engage and motivate students to want to get something from their learning. Another quote, not quite so positive, that I'm putting up here. This is a quote from the UK National Student Survey. And I suspect it's not the only quote like that we see in sort of qualitative comments. But I saw this comment and I just, it really kind of moved me in a way to feel, on what level is that acceptable? Is it ever acceptable for a staff member to be rude to a student? And what this made me realise is we have a lot of work to do. So I think there's a step back almost from partnership to say, are we doing the basics of actually being respectful to one another? Are we doing the basics of building good relationships with one another? And so I found this really provocative to think, we've got those lovely quotes, you know, the lovely quote from the student just in the previous slide, suggesting that there's some amazing outcomes from partnership, and yet other students, this is what they're experiencing. And I think, you know, we have work to do here. We also know from work in the States, George Koo, the sort of author of the National Survey of Student Engagement in the States, argues that the more contact there is between students and faculty, both inside and outside the classroom, the greater student development and satisfaction. And so I think the reason I've included this is because it's this reminder that this is not just about what happens within a classroom. This is not just what happens outside the classroom. This is about what happens across a university, inside classrooms, outside classrooms. This involves every staff member in terms of how we create a sense of hospitality with students, and it includes every student. So this is about sort of all being involved. So let's think about these relationships that we need to build in order to not have comments like, you know, staff were rude to me. And there's a huge amount of evidence about the benefits of positive staff-student relationships. So lots of evidence suggesting that where there are positive relationships, students experience far more academic success. They have higher aspirations within for their education. They have greater personal and intellectual development, greater satisfaction, and they have enhanced motivation. And it may not surprise you that connected to that, staff characteristics, attitude and personality are also really important. So staff who are warm and informal, friendly and flexible, accessible, approachable and available, empathetic, genuine, respectful, understanding and honest tend to build better relationships with students. And that might not sound surprising. And that's a bit of a wish list, if you like, you know, if only we could have staff who have all of these characteristics. But it does beg the question, how do we try and create a culture in which we are encouraging staff to adopt certain attitudes and to try and develop certain characteristics in order to create the relationships that are needed for students to feel that they belong at university, but also to enable us to build the foundations for partnership. So in some work that I've done recently in a recent book that I've published, I've actually highlighted one key thing here is within classrooms, particularly the first 5 minutes is absolutely key. A staff member, a teacher will communicate to students very, very quickly what kind of relationship they're prepared to build with the students in the room. And whether that's through the tone they take, whether that's through whether they encourage questions, if they ask questions, how they respond to those questions, are they welcoming of the kinds of things students are sharing? Do they encourage students to share anything about themselves? And is the staff member alongside that willing to share some of themselves? And so in those first 5 minutes, students are very astute. They're smart. They will pick up very quickly the kind of attitude and approach that a teacher wants to take. And so if we think about that, every time a teacher meets a new group of students, that is potentially an opportunity to create relationships and form the foundations potentially of partnership. So this is about building trust, respect, community, belonging, and ultimately, I think, showing that we care about students. And that way of thinking about teaching, I think, can also be broadened out to say, let's think about this in the whole of the university. How do we communicate in the first 5 minutes we meet a student? How do we communicate in the first 5 minutes if you're a student that you meet a teacher or another member of staff in the university? How do we communicate within that early encounter that we care, we respect the people around us? Really, really important. One other thing that seems to be really important to students is learning names. There's some absolutely fantastic evidence that's come from Arizona State University in this paper by Cooper et al., where they had a large class of 500 students in a biology class, and they got them to create what they call name tents. So basically a piece of A4 paper folded in half lengthways. They ask students to put their name on the front of it, and it means that then when the teacher wants to ask a question in that class, they can use the student's name in terms of asking that question. It's a small thing, and it's really hard to learn the names if you have 500 students. But it seems to make a big difference, and they've got evidence from since using the name tents that students are basically finding teachers more approachable, they're more likely to come and ask them questions, and the outcomes for the students are also more positive. What I think is the gold dust of this particular study, though, is students are told, I didn't need to tell you, but we know they're smart, and they know that a teacher cannot learn 500 names. But what seems to be statistically significant in this study is not whether the teacher actually remembers the students' names or not. Students say that what was important to them was that the teacher was trying to learn their names and making an effort to call them by their name. So really fascinating evidence that's coming that I think is really important if we're thinking about the importance of building relationships. So I want us to kind of, just as I come to an end here, think about the importance of this being something we think about across a university and changing university culture. So I wanted to tell you two little vignettes, one about somebody who's called Miss Rita here. So this is about a woman called Rita Rilman. She works at Wofford College in South Carolina, and she is the only member of staff at that college to have been awarded an honorary degree from the university. She's known as Miss Rita by the students and the staff. She's seen as a bit of a legend in the university. She's a member of canteen staff, and she remembers all the students' names, and she remembers all the things that they tell her about themselves. So when they go to the canteen and they go and get their baked potato, she remembers, and she says, you know, hello, whoever, you know, she'll remember the name, and then she'll say, how's your brother? You know, because maybe the last time you were in, you mentioned that you were worried about your brother and you were going to go and visit him because he hadn't been well. And she remembers those little things. I mean, to me, that's a superpower. I would really struggle to be able to do that, but she has that ability. And I love that the university has recognised that with an honorary degree, because we all need a few more Miss Ritas on campus. We need people who are making that effort. What effort does it take for us to say hello when we pass people in the corridor? So I think, you know, that kind of positive reinforcement that you belong, I think is really important. Another little initiative just to tell you about is at the University of Edinburgh, I implemented a coffee and cake conversations initiative. This was basically pairing up one student and one staff member from a school or a department, and then asking the student to invite 2 further friends, 2 students, to join, so that a group of 4 people were going to go out for coffee and cake. We gave them a voucher, said go and have coffee and cake. Here's a few sort of instructions if you want to break the ice, and it had a few questions like, why did you choose to study this subject area? Why are you teaching in this subject area? Tell each other something about yourselves, perhaps that people don't know, but that you'd be willing to share. And then literally instructions that say answer as many or as few of these questions as you want. Essentially, just go and have coffee and have a chat. And it doesn't sound like rocket science, but the feedback we got from people was quite overwhelming. So we started getting emails from staff members who said, I did this and it reminded me why I came to teach in higher education. These students were so smart, they were funny, we had such good conversations. We had students who said, I loved hearing about what it's like to see the department from a staff point of view. I loved seeing my lecturer as a human being. We had comments from one group who said, we don't need any more money, but we're going back out next week because we want to carry on the conversations. These were the sorts of things that we heard. And I think, Lucy and Sophia mentioned, there was a statement I wrote down when I was listening to them about partnership makes us human again. And there was a bit of me that says, in this case, relationships really make us human again. And I think I think this is what people were recognizing in the feedback we were given, was just chance and space to go and try and connect on a more human level. So I come to my provocation essentially to say, if we think back to the active learning article that I mentioned, with all that evidence that suggests, if we carry on lecturing without active learning, then we're probably being ethically questionable, and I'm using the word negligent. And so with all the partnership evidence that's growing and the evidence that relationships are important and they are a kind of building block for partnerships, if we're not offering opportunities for relational teaching and for partnership, then maybe I would argue, are we being negligent? And so I leave you with that as my provocation, essentially. I've got a few more slides which basically just have a little plug for my book in case you're interested, and photo credits and some references, but I think colleagues will probably share these with you afterwards. So I'm going to just finish there with the provocation, I think. And I'm hoping I've stopped. Sorry, I've probably shared strange things on screen.
Thank you, Kathy. That was really inspirational, and there was a lot going on in that for me, I have to say, just to bring me into a space as a learner. And I'm just wondering, and we might come back to this later. I know Kevin and I were looking at questions. I think we'll extend this session to 12:30 if that's okay, because I know that's pushing out the timing a bit, but I think it'll be really nice to hear some questions. And Kevin, I'll go to you, but just to remind again, hashtag, I'll probably get it wrong again here now, Student Engagement 2020. Kathy, there's one thing that struck me, and if I may just start myself, if it's okay, as I say, there's a lot going on there, and I'm just wondering, because words are important actually, and if we are truly committed to lifelong learning, all of us, then all of us are learners actually. So faculty and student are learners. So the extent of which we might change the narrative by, because if you really want co-construction and curriculum, co-construction assessment, and I know you and I in our roles today maybe have to do the assessment at the end, but actually peer assessment is also emerging. So that kind of, that's going on in my head as you're speaking, and you inspired me, Kathy. So what's your kind of reaction to that kind of discourse in my head, if it's any help to any colleague? Thank you.
It's a great question. I think Paulo Freire's already been mentioned this morning, but there's a fantastic quote from Paulo Freire about when we get to a point where we're enlightened in the way that we educate, we actually move to a point where students become teachers and teachers become students. And it's almost that he's far more eloquent in his quotation, but it's almost a kind of a learner as teacher and a teacher as learner. And these, as long as we acknowledge that actually we can step into both of those roles, I think, there's a lot to be said where a teacher will open up and say, actually, I'm learning too. And that signals a huge amount to students in terms of saying, you know, this is not someone who doesn't get things wrong and is perfect. This is someone also on the learning journey, and actually the joy is if you can learn with a group of students. I think that's great. I also wanted to reference there's an interesting project that's run by Edinburgh Napier University, which is a kind of peer observation of teaching project where students are the observers. There's a number of these projects, and Sophia led one of these projects at Trinity University in Texas. But what I liked about this project at Edinburgh Napier is they've actually called it Students as Colleagues. And I think though they had some really interesting debates about the use of that term, and some faculty not being particularly happy about the use of that term, and others saying this is great because it recognises the way that we should be relating to students. So those are my sort of first reactions.
Yeah. And I just wish I could talk more, but I better stop, because I think, you know, if we are in a university where knowledge is co-created and generated through the curriculum, then the magic happens for me when you have that special moment. But I'll stop. So I let Kevin, maybe there's a number of questions coming in which we're publishing as well, so we might keep an eye on. Kevin, do you want to take the cockpit over for a moment? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I'll take over. Thank you very much, John. So I might go to Sophia for the next question. And I'm going to put a question from Maurice Birmingham from CIT. So Maurice has asked that good relationships and being valued are human wants, and she's asking, do you think that teaching and learning culture needs to move from transmission to dialogic?
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I think that's absolutely the direction that higher education is starting to move. I see many hopeful spaces of that. And I think all of the initiatives that Kathy was mentioning earlier and that Lucy and I mentioned in our talk are examples of this, but I do completely agree. I think critical pedagogy and the work of folks like Paulo Freire and Bell Hooks and others are really more important than ever now. The differences that exist between staff and students in many cases are so huge that you need to come together in these dialogic spaces, not only to have really rich and interesting learning and sort of mutual empowerment possibilities, but also just to understand one another as humans. Actually, Leo Lambert and Peter Felton have just recently published a book called is it Relationships in Higher Education? Yeah, Relationship Rich Education. And Kathy has it there on her desk right now, and it's an excellent book. But it talks a lot about the power of those moments of kind of dialogic coming together, not only in the classroom, but beyond the classroom in higher education, and how powerful that is for student belonging and success and everyone's learning and just institutional growth. I think that's an element that we don't talk as much about, but that to advance institutions themselves, to have students in dialogue with staff and others, community partners and others in the kind of local area, that's really important.
Thank you very much, Sophia. I might take another question now that's for Kathy. So this question came in from Sean O'Reilly from THEA, Technological Higher Education Association, and his question is, Kathy, do you have any insights to share about developing student engagement and partnership in a collaborative manner? And he said arguably the manner that would perhaps take place in places like Scotland and Ireland against approaches that are perceived as top-down or systemic encouragement, which may take place in other places, other UK jurisdictions perhaps, and maybe your thoughts on the advantages and disadvantages of the different approaches to engagement and partnership.
Great question. Yeah, we're often seen as the envy of the rest of the world. I think Ireland and Scotland in some of the ways that we've approached things like student engagement and the organisations that we have. So it's enviable to one degree because we have these great organisations that, for example, underpin training for student representatives, that fund a whole range of work around student engagement. But what we have to be very careful of is that doesn't become seen as, so now lots of people can kind of see that as somebody else's responsibility. And so it doesn't need me you know, an average person within a, I don't know if I'm an average person within a university, but it, you know, it doesn't need me to therefore put attention or effort into doing work on student engagement. I don't know if I'm making sense there, but I think, yeah, that's the only danger when we have fantastic organisations who are really supporting a great deal of good work, that people don't demit that responsibility, if you like. Having said that, it's just amazing to have those support mechanisms running throughout the ways that higher ed and further ed work. And so, yeah, in a sense, we've got work to do perhaps within our own countries, but also, you know, we can share that work perhaps more widely than we already do with other parts of the world. But equally, I think we need to stay open to learning from others, because even if others don't have those same mechanisms, there are also amazing pockets of practice going on in different parts of the world that we can learn from. Hence why it's so wonderful to see kind of people from different countries presenting here already today.
Thanks very much, Kathy. I'll pass back to John now to ask maybe one last question before you move to the section.
Thank you very much, Kevin. And I think just to remind colleagues, the chat has also got a range of resources which people are posting up in terms of websites and links, which is incredibly valuable. Kevin, you caught me now. I'm struggling to find a question. Okay. Okay, let me go back up. So Marie says, so is building relationships and trust a key element to these conversations? What is it we are trying to do here can happen? So about trust, a key element. I would say trust and respect, but we'll see what you think. Maybe Sophia and maybe then Kathy. If that's Sophia, I might go to you first, and then Kathy, I might go to you.
Definitely. Yeah, I think building trust is a really important element of this process. I saw a conversation actually just yesterday on, I guess it was on LinkedIn, about whether you need to have trust to do deep listening, or whether deep listening can be and help you to build trust. And I do think that actually having processes of deep listening can help you to build trust. So there are tools that we have that can help us get to that point if it's not already existing. And I do think there are many situations where there is lack of trust between students and staff, and that it's really difficult to overcome that hurdle. But there are also tools at our disposal to do so, that we don't have to be lost in those spaces, and we don't have to think, okay, if trust doesn't exist, if there's been a breach of trust or a crisis of some kind, if COVID even has made things really tense and difficult between us, that doesn't mean that partnership is then off the table for our future process. And I think Kathy probably has even more to say about this, so I'll let her
Thank you, Sophie.
take over. Yeah.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you.
Yeah, I feel that trust is the absolute basis for building relationships. So I'm back at relationships again to sort of say, if we're going to get to the point of partnership, we need the building blocks in place to some extent. It's a bit of a circular argument. I think we need trust in order to build relationships. We build relationships by building trust. And then by having built a good foundation, it makes it easier for us to set out in partnership. But the partnership processes that we experience actually help to build further trust and help to build further relationships. So it's all very interconnected. And I'm not convinced that we can do any of these things without the other. But I also fundamentally think that if we don't build trust and build those kind of basic relationships, that actually it's very, very hard for us to do many other things that we want to do in higher education. Good teaching, for example, very, very hard without that underpinning trust and good relationships. So, yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. Basically, trust, respect, shared responsibility. Yeah.
Kathy, thank you so much, and Sophie. And I'm going to conclude the session, given where you are, Sophie, with a poem, because you've introduced us a verse of a poem. Because you've introduced us to that great pedagogy this morning. We've heard a lot about this when you hear the last sentence. And it's, of course, by the great Seamus Heaney, 25 years in Ireland, having received his Nobel Prize for poetry. He says, history says don't hope on this side of the grave. But then, once in a lifetime, the longed for tidal wave of justice can rise up, and hope and history rhyme. We've heard Joe Biden say that last week. Those of us who are familiar with the great work of Seamus Heaney, I think. Sophie, you've done something special. Cathy, you've done something special this morning for us. We thank you for it. We thank you for opening the conversation. We thank you for all your contributions. Congratulations and well done. Thank you. Okay, so I think we're still in the cockpit, Kevin, and I see people are having foggy sounds and foggy mist as well on their screens, so we maybe get the wipers on a bit and we'll see where we go next. So we're now going to a really important part of which is impact. So Kevin, I think, do I introduce Hilary now, I think, is that okay? Yeah, that's great. Thank you, Kevin. And Kevin and I have never met, but we're trying to collaborate and be partners here, and I hope we're doing some success for it. And just so great to see Hilary. And Hilary, please forgive me if I get your pronunciation wrong. I'll do my best, so please, thank you. So we're thrilled to have Hilary Abibo speaking this morning. Ababayo, forgive me, Hilary, I'm really damaging it now, apologies. So her presentation is Partnership with Purpose, delivering real impact and breaking the cycle of patchwork fixing. And just to say a little bit about Hilary, is the Vice President of Higher Education at the National Union of Students. She's very keen to see transformative change in education with students as partners in shaping what the future of education looks like. And that's a big challenge. Hilary is part of a team representing 7 million students, wow, across the UK, working on campaigns including decolonisation, creating a new vision for education and wider campaigns to improve the lives of students. Hilary, thank you so much. We're really excited to hear your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for having me. It's truly an honour and a privilege to be able to join you all here today, albeit virtually. And before I get into talking, hopefully one day we'll all meet in person and you'll find out how much of a talker I really am. I want to say a massive thank you to Siobhan, Laura, everybody that has been involved in bringing together this conference. I haven't been on social media recently, and over the weekend I logged on and I saw all of the tweets about the conference, and it got me really excited to be able to join you and sharing what I already am hearing is an impactful and powerful conference. So thank you so much for having me here. And I think it goes without saying, but I always want to be able to say this when I'm in new spaces or just seeing people's faces, even if it's on the screen. And I hope that you are all doing well and keeping safe in what is an especially tough time. Especially because, you know, it's winter, and I know that winter can sometimes be a hard season for us. So I really do hope that you're all looking after yourselves and being cared for. And I know that, you know, although we're not able to be here in person, being here virtually is great. And I'm really excited to be able to speak with you today. Actually, following on from Cathy and Sophia's points earlier, speaking about teachers becoming learners and or students becoming teachers and teachers becoming students, something around that. I also wanted to say that I think because I'm coming here to speak to you, I don't want you to think that I'm just sort of this person filled of knowledge and that has nothing more to learn. And one of the big things that has made me really excited about speaking to you all here today is that I think I'm going to learn so much more from you than you are going to learn from me. And so I really want to make sure that you know that this is a conversation between you and I and everybody here. And it's especially exciting to be able to be in a space where we can have a conversation, and not only a conversation, but conversation that leads to action. And that really, really makes me so happy. That being said, though, I want to use this time to be very real with you about what it truly means to create impact with work being done to develop and improve education for the benefit of those that need it most. And when I talk about students here, I mean students of today, but I also mean what it means to transform the education space so everybody can be a student and everybody can actually find a place of I want to say equality or equity, but I want to say a level playing ground where everyone can be students and be willing to learn and willing to teach. And I think that's really, really important in encapsulating what I mean with what I'm going to talk about. So it works for me to start off by talking about education, and I think it's important that I speak about education because it's something that I've grown up personally being instilled with the importance of education in my life. My granddad he brought up a family of educators. So all my family back home, whether it was their choice or not, my granddad encouraged them all to become teachers or work in education before they did anything else, because he firmly believes that, you know, whatever you do in education gives you the skills to do whatever you want to do outside of that. And so it's been a massive and firm belief in my family that education is such a core part of our lives, our society, and it really does make us who we are. And we discover ourselves in and through education, and we build our views based on what we're taught, what we experience, and who we're surrounded by, and the circumstances we live through and in. That's why education is a fundamental right for us all. Everyone should have the opportunity to enrich themselves, learn new things, be able to grasp new opportunities, and live a life where they're able to thrive and truly enjoy what they're doing. And if anything, we're seeing this now more than ever. Living through a pandemic has really been a time where we've been forced to really reflect on what we do, why we do it, what we care about, and how we can come together as a community rather than a collection of individuals with self-interest. We have a responsibility towards one another to be authentic, to be proactive, and to care about how we can impact our world and our lives together. And so, to be candid with you, as meaningful a description that was about education, and as meaningful it is to me as I hope it was to you, this hasn't necessarily felt true of the education system that's being run today. In many ways, it's been run like a business, as a means of building workers and not people. The heart of the system has too long been based on profitability, KPIs, employability, and I'm sure many more acronyms that we in the higher education sector are famous for. Students have long been decentered from education and have in many ways been viewed as less than who they are, whether that's through data and surveys or homogenizing acronyms. And I can speak to a homogenizing acronym that I hear used about me and people like me all the time, which is like BAME or whatever other acronym, you know, helps us to easily group students. So now I know that I've spoken a little bit of doom and gloom, but I'm not big on that. I'm really big on being able to think about how we can be positive and how we can action real change for the education sector, for the system we live in, and how we can really look to transform our education sector rather than trying to patchwork fix the problems that we constantly find popping up and that students are having to live through the reality of. Therefore, at the core of what we do and why I hope you're all even here should be a purpose. Now, I've got my own clear view of the purpose of education, as you've just heard, but I want you all to be able to reflect on what is at the front of your mind when you're all in your roles. Is it the survival of your institutions or the current education system? Is it the experiences of staff and students? Is it the fulfillment of learning objectives and KPIs? Or is it really looking at how we are working to ensure we are delivering education that is honest, authentic, and enriching holistically for all? I'm biased, of course, as my passion and my job is to represent students, but I truly do hope that students are as essential to you as they are to me. So when we think about impact, it is important that we understand that impact is not just about creating a fix for a current problem, but actually it's about digging deep into the roots of injustice and tackling it once and for all. Take widening participation, for example. This is an area of work that I'm very, very passionate about. If you're not hearing me say it, like talk about it a lot here, you'll find me talking about it a lot somewhere else. But I'm incredibly passionate about it, for a few reasons. First of all, I myself was a WP student who came from a low income, low participation and racial minority background. That meant for me, like so many students, that the barriers I faced were varied, intersectional and constant. I was able to access support, but often that support gave me short-term relief, but not the long-term impact that I really needed to give me the stability and confidence I really needed to be able to thrive in education and not just survive. Most importantly, although helpful, they often felt detached from my human experiences. And we've spoken a lot about humanity here already from the previous speakers. And I think humanity is really important here because, you know, when you base experiences on surveys or feedback, it's hard to really understand them in their real life manifestations of the challenges that I myself and lots of other students are facing or have faced in the past. It wasn't until I started working with my student union. As you can tell, I'm also representative of student unions, so you will always catch me championing them. It wasn't until I started working with student unions that I got a real understanding of why I had a sense of fleeting impact, because for the real change I needed to see realized, it meant that we had to go beyond what we see in the here and the now and get a real understanding of the holistic picture of these continued injustices and barriers to creating an education system where we can all truly thrive. So onto some of the more actionable stuff and the hopeful stuff, hopefully, that will get you really thinking about what it means to go from sort of these words into action. And so for you to be able to deliver real impacts, there are a few things you must be prepared to do and reckon with. I'm going to mention the three. Also, if you know me, I always speak in threes. It's a weird thing I do because I probably picked it up in a TED talk somewhere. But I'm going to mention three things that are most important to me. And I hope that these are just things that you can launch from in order to see real change and impact that students of today and the future can benefit from. So number one, listen humbly and openly, especially when the truth is hard to hear, disruptive to your plans, and quite frankly, embarrassing or shameful. Listening to students is the start of any partnership relationship that you want to build. It requires trust, as we heard before, it requires humility, and it requires space. The ability to really enable people to be heard and seen is one of the most empowering and quite frankly human things that you can do. When students often feel voiceless, they tend to feel powerless to the hardships and struggle that they're facing and often normalize them. This is incredibly harmful to their mental health and often has a detrimental impact on their ability to thrive at university and in education at large. In order to see real impact come alive, listening to students in a space where they feel free from scrutiny, repercussion, and denial is essential. Students are very honest people and often see things a lot clearer than we in the sector sometimes do. I think it's incredibly important that when they invite you into their spaces, and I really emphasize their spaces, not spaces that you call them into and expect them to be comfortable in, you have to humble yourself to listen empathetically and non-defensively. Validate them with your willingness to admit fault, even if it has been unintentional, and your willingness to tackle the issues they face by allowing them to take you on a journey that causes you to really recognize the roots of the problems and enables you to really understand the extent to which the injustices they're facing, whether it be, for example, racism, sexism, transphobia, homophobia, classism, or anything else, are systemic and embedded in the foundations of the education system we see today. That first step is definitely easier said than done, but it is important that you recognize that any action without crucial and deep listening continues to trap us all in a cycle of patchwork fixing and temporary impact. Number two, step up, but step back. This is a phrase that isn't mine, so please don't put it on Twitter and say Hillary said it first, trademark it or something. But this is a phrase that I actually heard from a professor back at the university I studied at, Bristol, called Professor Olivette Otel. And just generally to hype her up, she's an amazing Black woman, one of the few Black women professors that we have in the UK, and just such an inspiration to people like me that don't necessarily see a lot of Black women and Black people in our education system. And so it's really great to know her and have been able to hear that from her. And I think when she said step up but step back, that really struck a chord with me and resonated with me on what real partnership looks like with students. The fact that you're all still here at this conference listening to me, hopefully, is a testament to the fact that you are all willing to see and enact real change and impact for students. That's why it's important that in doing this, students are your partners and actually your colleagues in creating this change. On the ground for so many years, students have been at the forefront of change. You only need to speak to Kevin from USI or visit the Students' Union to see that students have been successful in bringing change despite not always having a seat at the table. Think about what more they could do if you brought them in as your colleagues and peers, and really allow them to spearhead change and lead on transforming education and eradicating injustice. When I speak about stepping up and stepping back, I'm asking you all to step up to resource, support, and partner with students. But doing so, step back from your structures of hierarchy, your need for, the recognition to be sector leading, the power you have, and quite frankly, your reputations, and really allow for there to be equality and equity embedded in all that you do. So that takes me on to number 3, sacrifice and adapt. Be prepared to sacrifice and adapt. This might be hard for many of you to hear, because I know how passionate you are about the work you do, but I need you to hear this so that you can understand that for true change to happen, sacrifices must be made. When we look at what it means to eradicate injustices and enable learning and education to be a space where everyone is truly empowered and transformed, we must recognize that we have to dismantle our current structures and rebuild an education system that works without the need to constantly find ways of mitigating against the impact of embedded inequalities. That means for many of you, and I hope I say this right because it could sound really dodgy, but bear with me and follow with this. That means for many of you, your jobs in themselves must be self-destructive. And I know that probably might cause a bit of panic me saying that, but follow me, believe me, it's not doom and gloom. For example, if you work in financial support, for example, the change you need to create needs to ensure that education is fully funded and accessible, so no student will ever be in hardship again. In doing this, you must work to make your work irrelevant, so that the cycles of hardship, pain, and inequality don't just persist to keep you in a job, patchworking those problems, but instead allows you to adapt, be imaginative, and create a fully liberated and equal education system for all. In this, you'll be ensuring that we are building a sustainable trajectory for change. You can trademark that phrase because I made that myself, but a sustainable trajectory for change that will ensure that current issues aren't reproduced, that injustice really and truly is extinguished, and that education can be all that I said earlier and more. So I'd like to end by saying that in everything I said, I hope that you are seeing that there is hope, that there is a way that we can truly create positive impact that brings forth change that we can truly be proud of, because it is thorough, imaginative, and most importantly, a product of true and authentic partnership with students. I'm so grateful that I've been able to speak honestly and openly with you about this. And I hope, like I said earlier, that I will be able to learn as much from you as I hope you've been able to learn from me today. So thank you so much for your time. And again, thank you for having me here. That's the end of my spiel.
Superb, Hilary. Thank you. Well done. Thank you. Well done. And I think you should do that TED talk that you talked about at the beginning. Definitely do one. I tell you, your sustainable trajectory for change is something I'm going to use. So thank you for that. And I thought those 3 points you made: listen humbly and openly, step up, step back, sacrifice and adapt. I thought that's just really inspiring. Thank you so much, Hilary. We will have opportunity to come back, I think, in a moment for questions and comments. I think I go to the video now by Sue Hackett, if that's right, Laura. I'm looking with my co-pilot Kevin. Is that okay? Kevin, is that okay? Yeah.
Yeah, that's good for me.
Thank you. So this is where the continuity announcer and the broadcaster tells the story while you're waiting for the video to come up. But I thought that was really amazing, Hilary, I have to say. I can see why you're a leader, and I think we're lucky to have you, leaders like you, in our institutions. I mean, while we're waiting for that to come up, I think I'm also prompted by a conversation I've started in my institution, what I call institutional honesty. The fact that we need to be honest about how we're engaged, whether it's engagement or anything else, actually, and have an honest reflection. So I think that whole idea of honesty and openness, and the words that you've used, Hilary, have been fantastic and empowering, actually. So thank you so much for that. Fellow co-pilot, are we making progress on or who's holding the videos there? I think it's Laura. Laura, you're great. It's not easy. Thank you. Here we go.
Good morning. My name is Sue Hackett from Quality and Qualifications Ireland, and I'm here to just give a short introduction to impact. So defining, capturing, monitoring, evaluating for the Empowerment and Partnership in Student Engagement event. So first and foremost, so what is impact? We know from research that it's multi-layered, it's complex, and it really can feel very messy. It's non-linear, it's multi-dimensional. When we talk about impact, we usually refer to the intended impacts that we want to be achieved through a change process. But we have to be aware that some impacts may emerge that we didn't expect, and indeed they may not necessarily be positive. Impact may be identifiable immediately, it may emerge during a change process or immediately after it. But there are other impacts that may take time. And so that has implications for how you continue to monitor for impact after a change process has been completed. So moving on to capturing impact. Impact needs to be captured through a broad range of evidence. Evidence which is of sufficient breadth and magnitude to enable you to identify robust, real impacts. It should be captured through a range of evidence, and that evidence, the more evidence you have, the more sources of evidence, the more robust you can present your impact as being. The data to use in your gathering of evidence needs to be drawn from the real world. It should be a mix of qualitative and quantitative data, a mix of, let's say, case studies and metrical data. And be careful not to rely solely on metrics. Scientific data and also professional data, i.e. data elicited and identified from professional experience. And how will you sustain impact? This can be done through regular monitoring and regular evaluation, so that you can see how the impact has developed, how it has embedded itself in the particular context. That's really very meaningful when you consider it in relation to the student survey. And this creates a dynamic collective body of new insights, new knowledge, new practices, which everybody is going to be able to use and benefit from. Thank you.
Sue and I, as members of the StudentSurvey.ie Analysis and Impact Group, put forward a discussion paper on impact, which is available on www.studentsurvey.ie. We hope that this paper will stimulate discussion and further consideration about what it means to achieve impact and to enhance the student experience using the results of StudentSurvey.ie. We hope that this paper will be viewed as an evolving and dynamic document. We seek contributions from staff and student colleagues through an open discussion of the paper via the StudentSurvey.ie website. All feedback received will be considered and reviewed, and then a revised version of the paper will be presented as part of the Practitioners Forum 2021, which is expected to take place in May 2021. This paper is only one of the outputs of the StudentSurvey.ie Analysis and Impact Group, which was first convened in April of this year. Other outputs include a session on data analysis as part of the Practitioners Forum 2020, enhancements to the data analytics platform, the establishment of research bursaries to seek analysis of the qualitative data emerging from the surveys, the instigation of time series research, the creation of the StudentSurvey.ie report template and guide, which is expected to be launched in 2021. I'll now hand over to some of the participating institutions and QQI to showcase examples of how those institutions are achieving impact using the results of StudentSurvey.ie.
Hi everyone, my name is Lydia, and together with Mr. Patrick Lindsay, we'd like to talk to you about forming an identity through partnership. Unlock is a national forum-funded project, and it stands for Unlocking Learning Analytics through Student Engagement. One of the key objectives is the communication of findings from the student survey, and we were fortunate to partner with graphic and digital design students to create an identity while leaving the "you said we did" behind and adopting a "let's do this together" approach to ensure more strategic and co-designed solutions arise from the survey findings. As stakeholders and having expertise in the fields of student experience, graphic language and branded collateral, the partnership with design students was certainly a logical one. It laid down the foundations of a symbiotic relationship and has created a sense of ownership of the data and its outputs. It was also important for Unlock to demonstrate trust with student partners. Not only did second year design students apply their expertise by creating an identity, but final year design students decided the winner, as they were best placed to select the most appropriate one for Unlock. Here are all of the identities that were pitched. To say that the team were impressed is somewhat of an understatement. The winning design received 36% of the final year design student votes, and I'll pass you on to our designer.
Hello everybody, my name is Patrick Lindsay. I'm a second year graphic design student here at LYIT, as mentioned by Lydia already, of course, and I designed the logo for Unlock that you can see here today, so I'll give a quick explanation on it. Starting off with the colours, these two colours I picked more so for how they look rather than any meaning. Especially when it comes to the education sector, these are two colours you wouldn't see used a lot together. That pink is quite vibrant, and overall I think it helps Unlock stand out a lot more. Then going into these symbols here themselves, we've got two identical person shapes. This one on the left represents the letter U, and this one here on the right represents the letter N. As you can see, these symbols are connected, which shows togetherness and unity, which was a key focus for the design. As mentioned, I did say these shapes were in different positions, and of course this is to represent the letters U and N, but their positioning can be related back to people and Unlock itself, especially in that not every person is in the same position and not every person has the same views, but by working together they can identify the problem at hand and work together to find or create a solution, which will hopefully create an overall better learning experience and environment. So that's pretty much it. I'd just like to say thank you for listening, and I'll hand you back to Lydia.
Thanks to Patrick, his classmates and peers, and lecturer Kelda Gibson, the Unlock team can now say that we hope we live up to our name. Thank you for listening.
Let's do this together!
Hello, welcome to the University of Limerick. We in Graduate and Professional Studies are very happy to be part of the Empowerment and Partnership in Student Engagement event today. We're always striving to act on feedback from the student survey about the needs and requirements of our postgraduate researchers. One area of the survey where we saw greater need for upskilling and professional development among our postgraduate researchers was in the area of research skills. We had taken action in this area and had put together a series of programs and projects which would address students' needs as articulated in the student survey. With the onset of the global pandemic, we moved some of these events online. Each Friday, for example, we run a webinar in research skills for postgraduate researchers from all around the world. Students tune in from places as diverse as Brazil, Bangladesh, Algeria, Australia, India, China, Singapore, and of course, Ireland. Now, let's hear from some of those students about the impact that such an event has had on their research.
I have actively engaged in the weekly Graduate and Professional Studies webinar series for researchers. These webinars have played a central role in further developing my own specialist knowledge and transferable skills as a researcher. I have found these webinars really valuable in terms of applying the knowledge to my own PhD. And examples of this include grant writing, project management, disseminating my research, and many others.
Hi everyone, my name is Vipul Binjuda and I'm a second year PhD candidate at University of Limerick. I attend GPS webinars every Friday without fail. This proactive and student-centric initiatives has been very special since pandemic has hit our world. The topic covered during this 1 hour session have been super helpful in my research design. I personally find each sessions very informative and crisp, and they offer a lot of tips and great advices for PhD students. It has boosted my motivation while keeping in touch with university staff and fellow PhD students. I find them really useful, and Gerard is a great anchor and facilitator. Looking forward to many more. Thank you.
Ever since the first webinar I attended of Dr. Dows's, it felt like I'd been doing so for years. He's always been so generous and welcoming, and to say that we've benefited greatly from him would be an understatement. One of the things that stuck with me the most, I would say, is his Imposter Syndrome talk. And although I'd known of that, it'd been really tricky to make that understanding integral to my perception of the various challenges which I had encountered. His identifying the triggers and clarifying what the PhD process really is about and how one can channel their self-doubt to actually get through that, it was truly invaluable.
Thank you, Latifa, Vipul, and Michelle, and best of luck to all of you with the Empowerment and Partnership in Student Engagement event today. Thank you. Bye-bye from the University of Limerick.
Hi everyone, my name is Denise Earle and I'm a data analytics lecturer at IT Carlow. Today I'm going to talk to you about how an in-depth analysis of StudentSurvey.ie responses is impacting IT Carlow and its students. So historically, IT Carlow have put enormous effort into promoting the survey every year, but unfortunately we have struggled to take action off the back of the data for various reasons, the main one being a general lack of awareness into what data is available and how in-depth we can go with our analysis. We also weren't using the academic unit variables very effectively, which meant that any reports generated were at too global a level, which meant that it wasn't clear on the ownership of the data and who should take action if required. We also have no dedicated person in-house to carry out this level of ad hoc analysis. However, that being said, a couple of years ago, my head of Department of Sport, Media and Marketing, he approached me as the data analytics lecturer, asking me if I would carry out some analysis of the raw breakdown of the 2018 StudentSurvey.ie results. So this file contained the individual and anonymized responses of all IT Carlow students. It was provided to me by the registrar. And basically from this raw data file, I was able to carry out an in-depth analysis of our fourth year BBuzz Honours Marketing students and their responses to the survey with all other fourth year, final year IT Carlow students as well. The analysis and findings for which is in the appendix of this presentation. The actions and impact from this analysis, well, firstly, I presented the analysis at a programme board meeting for the marketing programme, and there were several key takeaways, but if I focus mainly on the students' feedback on that the assessment schedule was far too intense, a direct action from that bit of feedback was that the programme lecturers organised an additional meeting to thoroughly examine the assessment schedule, and changes were made. So based on this analysis, we did take concrete action to improve the student experience. Also from this analysis, I was asked to carry out the analysis for other programs, and this was because people were seeing that if we can complete data analysis and reports at a program level, then this leads to more effective action because there's very clear ownership. I also presented to our QAEC board and various heads of departments as well, and this just served to generate awareness and an interest in carrying out more analysis like this. I also became a member of the StudentSurvey.ie Analysis and Impact Group, which I found to be a wealth of knowledge and support in understanding and using the StudentSurvey.ie process. A key activity specifically for IT Carlow is the creation of user-friendly report templates designed to reduce the time and effort required for programme directors to analyse the responses from the students of their programme. So going forward then for IT Carlow, based on this analysis where we're going now, we're going to continue to put great effort into promoting StudentSurvey.ie every year, and we're going to continue educating ourselves as well. For this year, concrete actions are we're going to ensure that academic unit variables are set up to maximise the impact of reports, and we are going to very eagerly adopt and implement the report templates currently being created by StudentSurvey.ie. Down the line, then, we want to make sure that all programmes incorporate regular discussion of StudentSurvey.ie reports in programme board meetings. We want specific actions to be taken and documented so that we can close the feedback loop by engaging with students, showing how we have listened to them. So thank you very much for your time, and I hope you enjoyed the presentation.
My name
is Giselle Scanlon, and this year I am the President of the Graduate Students' Union in Trinity College Dublin. Last year, in 2019, it was evident to me whilst working on the ground for postgraduate research students in Trinity as the Welfare and Education Officer that results from the StudentSurvey.ie national report echoed student sentiments exactly. Respondents reported a lower level of satisfaction on the personal outlook aspect, where respondents definitely or mostly disagreed that they were satisfied with their life. The GSU immediately started to work to improve PGR engagement, but then COVID-19 entered student life and efforts had to be increased. Led by Trinity College and the Graduate Students' Union, we provided extra supports, which include the facilitation of a special monthly meeting online attended by the Dean of Graduate Studies, the Vice Provost, the Director of Services and the Head of Estates and Facilities and the Health Centre. The initial session was attended by over 70 PhDs who shared their stories, whilst college academic officers and professional staff and the GSU listened to these PhD concerns and offered answers on the spot and have committed to continue with a monthly session for PhDs. During these challenging times, another solution to improve student satisfaction and student experience was led by the Provost, the Director of Services, Estates and Facilities, the Library and the President of the GSU. Safe, warm and professionally managed student online spaces were introduced across Trinity College to offer study space to students experiencing difficulties studying at home due to family situations, poor Wi-Fi or challenging social circumstances. This project, which employs many PhDs as supervisors, provides space for PhDs, postgraduate taught students and undergraduate students for safe study during COVID-19. Dormant buildings were donated by college to be managed by the GSU PG team, and the student employment is a welcome source of PG income, offering both social interaction, income and improved PG or mental health throughout these teams. This is a very successful project and will enter phase 2 in December 2020. The union will continue to work with college to offer further innovation, drawing on StudentSurvey.ie for inspiration.
Hi everyone, and greetings from the Institute of Technology Sligo. We're going to tell you a little of how we link the student survey with student success. My name is Perry Scher, and I've recently been appointed as Head of Student Success at the Institute. From its early days, we have been proud and enthusiastic supporters of the student survey. Every year we implement actions based on the feedback students give us, and we close the loop by letting them know what we have done. Key targets for 2019 were course design and delivery, student academic support, and responding to the needs of our thousands of online students. In terms of design and delivery, students said that sometimes courses could be better designed, our teaching more effective, or assessment feedback improved. This pointed to the importance of high quality and coordinated staff training.
Hello, I'm Rod Toner. I'm the HR Manager at IT Sligo. I want to take a moment to speak to you today about course design and delivery. At IT Sligo, we have mainstream staff pedagogic development through alignment of HR training and development, our Centre for Excellence in Teaching and Learning, CELT, and our Centre for Online Learning, CALL. We also offer LinkedIn Learning services for both our students and our staff, and we provide digital badges for achievement in key areas of improvement, such as universal design for learning and online learning, teaching and assessment.
Students also told us they sometimes face difficulties with academic work and would like some more support in this area.
Under the Centre for the Enhancement of Learning and Teaching, otherwise known as CELT, I have established a number of support centres, including maths support, engineering support and academic writing. From funding received to the National Forum Enhancement Fund, we offer a bespoke online English language support programme for all students across the Connacht-Ulster Alliance for whom English is not a first language. As a result of the shift to remote learning, all our support services are available online through one-to-one booking, group tutorials, digital badges, and a range of video tutorials and resources.
Finally, our online students told us they often have to juggle their return to education, navigation of our virtual learning environment, or just keeping in touch.
At IT Sligo, the Online Student Advisor is a first point of contact and a source of ongoing support for online students, from the student application process and course engagement through to their graduation. The Online Student Advisor plays an active role in student recruitment, support and retention in the Institute. For example, online student advisors assist students in the following areas: course choices, course information, course registration, recognition of prior learning or exemptions, completing their online application, and accessing exam results or exam deferrals.
Our students are our #1 stakeholders, IT Sligo. Through the student survey, they have a great way to participate in shaping their education. We have shown you some of the ways we've responded proactively. Roll on Student Survey 2021.
I'm Mairead Boland from QQI's Tertiary Education Monitoring and Reviews Unit, and I'm going to speak today about Student Survey and QQI's perspective on its impact. In a 2019 paper, Understanding and Enabling Student Success in Irish Higher Education, the National Forum for the Enhancement of Teaching and Learning described the outputs of Student Survey as an invaluable resource to institutions as they seek to identify on-campus practices that are enhancing student engagement and success, as well as potential areas for improvement. Clearly, the Student Survey is also viewed by institutions as invaluable, and it is a key area of focus for them. We know from the annual quality report submissions that we receive every year from the HEIs and from keen to cyclical institutional review reports that institutions are really keen to achieve as high a response rate as possible to the Student Survey to ensure that accurate information is garnered. We know too that this data produced from Student Survey is analysed by institutions who also use it to benchmark themselves nationally. According to an insight report on the reliability of the survey, the results from the ISI, as it was then called, can be used by institutions to improve the quality of the experience of undergraduate and postgraduate students in the higher education sector in Ireland. And again, we know that this does happen, having received details from institutions through their annual quality reports and the Keen to Review process of how Student Survey has been used to feed into Keen to preparation or into faculty or programme boards, to improve student induction processes, or to set up new student mentor or advisor schemes, just to give some examples. However, QQI would welcome more fulsome reporting by institutions of the impact of Student Survey on their activities. QQI has developed a new reporting template for institutions' annual quality reporting, which explicitly prompts institutions to provide detail of the enhancements and the impacts brought about by their analysis of data, including Student Survey data. And it is hoped that this will yield richer information on the improvements brought about by institutions' engagement with Student Survey and will lead to wider dissemination of that information to allow for sector-wide exchange of good practice. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Hilary for her previous presentation there. I think we can all agree that she gave us lots of food for thought, and I think you really laid down the gauntlet when you talked about making your jobs irrelevant in working together to build a new system that's really inclusive for all. So I think it was really challenging, but really thought-provoking as well. Thanks also to Sue, to Siobhan, and to all of the colleges who contributed insights into how we can demonstrate the impact of student engagement and partnership efforts, and that's something that's incredibly important. And that brings us on nicely to the next segment of our event, which is going to be the launch of the StudentSurvey.ie 2020 National Report. And if we continue with the plane analogy, this is a bit like when the refreshments trolley comes down the aisle, and very exciting stuff. So we're looking forward to launching the report. So on behalf of StudentSurvey.ie and its partner organisations, USA, THEA, the IEA and HCA, I'm delighted to be launching the National Report 2020 here today alongside the StudentSurvey.ie project manager. The partnership approach taken in every aspect of the delivery and management of the survey is one of its most important features, and therefore it's quite appropriate that we launch it today, an event where partnership is very much running through the veins of this event. And firstly, I'd like to thank all of the members of the StudentSurvey.ie editorial group, who alongside the project manager have played a central role in the development of this year's national report. All but 5 participating institutions had completed fieldwork for StudentSurvey.ie 2020 before the restrictions due to public health guidance related to COVID-19 were put in place, and the pivot to emerging and the questions require students to reflect on the academic year to date in its entirety, the majority of which would have been unaffected by COVID-19. It's important also to note that the 2020 National Report therefore presents us with a comprehensive overview of the student experience before things change so dramatically. All of us here are conscious of the impact that the pandemic has had on the broader student experience, and that's something that is captured very neatly through this survey's focus on a broad range of activities encompassing those within and outside of the classroom. Whilst every effort has been made to encourage social interaction with and between students, particularly first-year undergraduates, there is no doubt that this is made very challenging in a blended or a mostly online environment. And this year's report therefore will play a key role in supporting institutions to plan and prioritise not just for the forthcoming semester, but for the next academic year in what is a continually uncertain public health landscape. In delving deeper into the feedback from their own data, it's crucial that institutions do so in partnership, and that ownership of the data is seen as being shared between all of the key stakeholders in the institution. Management, staff, not just academic, but all of those who play a central role in contributing to the student experience, as we heard from some of our keynotes earlier today, and of course students. Existing structures within an institution such as programme boards, staff student fora and academic council and its subcommittees should be used to their full advantage in analysing this data, but most importantly in making decisions on how it can be used and how it can be communicated back to the student body, and thus closing the feedback loop, the ever-going mission of higher education. There's a wealth of data available through the report, and it allows us to understand better the experience of a breadth of distinct student cohorts. We can find out more about the experience of international students, part-time and remote learners, and mature students amongst others, and can also compare the experience of students across various fields of study. We know only too well that students are not a homogeneous group, and indeed the last few months have demonstrated that some cohorts can be disproportionately impacted by changes to the learning environment, and that's something that's came through really neatly in a lot of the speeches we've heard today. Exploring this data at a granular level, accompanied by meaningful discussion with students from these groups, will enable institutions to make decisions that empower and support the needs of individual learners or groups of learners and avoid taking a one-size-fits-all approach. This survey was founded upon the principles of partnership and mutual ownership, and it works best at a local level when these same principles are its drivers. As has been mentioned earlier by both the Minister and indeed my co-pilot, students have demonstrated real leadership within higher education, particularly over the last 8 months, and it's really important that higher education institutions therefore give them a seat at the table when analysing the data produced by StudentSurvey.ie and commit to bringing these conversations forward in a meaningful way. The success of StudentSurvey.ie, and indeed of any initiative that seeks to hear the voices of students, can only truly be met when their voices are not just heard, but listened to and acted upon. And I'll now hand over to Siobhan to bring you through the report in greater detail.
Thanks, Kevin. Before I continue on with an overview of some of the results for 2020, I wish to emphasise that the unprecedented changes brought about by the COVID-19 global crisis have affected all of us and cannot be overlooked. Nevertheless, now more than ever, feedback from a national survey is needed from students navigating this landscape. StudentSurvey.ie Fieldwork 2021 is scheduled to take place in February-March 2021 in keeping with the normal schedule. The StudentSurvey.ie steering group wishes to take this opportunity to sincerely thank the staff and student representatives in the participating institutions who worked so hard with us on this project. We are depending on you once again to ensure that students in your institution have the opportunity to and are encouraged to make their voices heard. The PGR StudentSurvey.ie, that is the Irish Survey of Student Engagement for Postgraduate Research Students, or Survey na Héireann ar ran fáirtí na Mickling, the Vickling Taide Iarchéma, is also scheduled to take place in February and March 2021. PhD students and Masters by Research students in all StudentSurvey.ie participating institutions are invited to respond. This survey has moved to a biennial research fieldwork cycle, which means that the survey runs every second year. This means that it is all the more important that PhD students and Masters by Research students know that they can take the survey in February and March 2021. A number of changes have been made to the way that the results are presented in the StudentSurvey.ie National Report 2020. In the first instance, based on feedback from participating institutions, only a very small number of hard copies of the full report have been printed and circulated to participating institutions and stakeholder organisations. However, you will also have received a small number of the abridged version of the report, which is the full report without all of the appendices. Nevertheless, the full report with all of the supporting appendices is available for reading and download on the StudentSurvey.ie website for all interested parties. Secondly, in an effort to provide more very high-level national results in the National Report 2020, a table has been provided in the executive summary, which presents the indicator scores for each of the indicators in the survey for all students and broken down further. Nevertheless, readers are reminded of a number of key factors when reviewing these results. The first being that the indicator scores are calculated out of a maximum of 60, and indicator scores do not represent percentage scores. In interpreting the results, it is important to remember that indicator scores cannot be compared across indicators. That is, for example, higher order learning cannot be compared with the indicator score for reflective and integrative learning. However, results can be compared for different groups within the one indicator. For example, the score for higher order learning can be compared for first year undergraduates compared to final year undergraduates and top postgraduates, for instance. Finally, change to how the results are presented for 2020 is our new StudentSurvey.ie results pullout. This presents all of the results for all questions in the survey for all students, grouped by those who agreed with each of the statements in the survey. It is important to note as well that this document is available as a downloadable and editable infographic for participating institutions to use. You can download it and replace the national results with results for your own institution and then disseminate this as appropriate amongst your staff and students. StudentSurvey.ie questions that closely relate to the experience of first-year students in higher education in Ireland were examined in the Looking Deeper chapter for the StudentSurvey.ie National Report 2020. The results were combined for the last 3 years for 2018 to 2020, and the goal was to establish a baseline for future comparisons, which will include a comparison with the first years of 2020 to 2021, which will be undertaken to coincide with the StudentSurvey.ie National Report 2021. The investigation of first-year students' engagement focused on the factors which are most affected by necessitated changes to the traditional on-campus higher education model, such as interaction with staff and other students and support for students' academic, civic and social engagement. The The following indicators in StudentSurvey.ie capture the aspects of student engagement which are most likely to be impacted by the change to on-campus attendance. And they are collaborative learning, student-faculty interaction, quality of interactions, and supportive environment. In total, 59,984 first-year undergraduate responses to the survey over these years were included, which is a significant evidence base. Variables such as mode of study, term time residence, undergraduate program type, institution type, field of study, gender, age, and country of domicile were considered when analysing the data. So finally, the StudentSurvey.ie National Report Group intends to return to the same questions in 2021 to evaluate the impact of the COVID-19 public health measures on the first-year undergraduate respondents, predominantly for whom 2020 to 2021 will be their first experience of higher education. Any comparison of the engagement profile and practices of part-time and remote students in 2018 to 2020 with future students must consider the fact that institutions are taking additional measures to facilitate the necessary remote and blended or hybrid model in the current academic year. Nonetheless, the results of StudentSurvey.ie represent a significant evidence base to consider previous first-year undergraduate respondents' experiences in higher education, especially in looking at differences between full-time students, part-time students, and students studying remotely. In the following videos, current first-year students were invited to reflect upon some of these results presented in the Looking Deeper chapter in the StudentSurvey.ie National Report 2020, and to comment on their reflections upon those results and also their own experiences. At this point, I will hand over to the first-year students.
I think
my experience with fellow students, definitely in and around 5, but absolutely not excellent. People are getting creative. We have Zoom calls and Netflix parties and quizzes and all these good things, but it's definitely not the same and definitely can feel very isolated and alone. But people are getting creative, to be fair, because we have no other choice and we just need to do. But it's definitely in and around 5, not excellent.
Working with my classmates has been a positive experience so far. In my course, we don't do many assignments or projects, but rather 3 practical classes a week. These have been great because we can support each other in the midst of a pandemic where starting college pretty hard. In terms of learning, we ask each other questions and we help each other out. And I think it's been the best way to learn the course content so far.
Yeah, so I'm not surprised at all by the number being so high in previous years of how great the interactions students had with each other were, but I'd be very surprised if the numbers stayed that high this year. They'd definitely be down around a 3, mostly based on the fact that we don't have the opportunity to interact with each other as much, and there's just so much less going on with regard to college, and it's all stay at home because of COVID. So the number would definitely have to be a lot lower this year.
Online learning, while necessary, has been a lot more challenging. It's much easier to misconstrue what someone is saying online, and it's easier to miss points.
Yeah, so personally, I'm not surprised by the finding that 71% of students only spoke to their lecturers with regard to coursework. I suppose I'd say this year in the current climate, there'd probably be more talking about how the course is going to be run and different ways of getting the students more involved with the course and getting the work done, as opposed to specifically the work itself. But I still wouldn't be surprised if the number stayed around 71% this year.
We have, I don't think first years have really damn options, because with Corona, we can't really, there have to be a social distance involved, and, you barely see the lecture. So I only see them in the classroom, and, I only talk to them when I need to ask a question, and, that's about it. Like, we don't interact outside of that.
I've been very fortunate this year as the majority of my classes are still on campus. I have been able to interact with tutors and lecturers fairly normally while still adhering to COVID protocols. The upside of social distancing is that I've had lot more opportunities to talk to my tutors one-on-one and being able to ask questions freely.
What the institution could do to better support our overall well-being is remind us how to work-life balance from our bedroom, and to remind us how to have quality rest time where we don't worry about college-related things.
Thank you, colleagues. I think it's coming back to me, Kevin. I think we're going to, colleagues, if you don't mind, we're going to hold video 6 and maybe we'll share that later. We are a little bit over time, so luckily Laura is messaging me on another channel, so thank you, Laura, for that. It's been an amazing experience for all of us. So it just remains for me to do three final things. First of all, is to thank all of you individually, collectively. Kevin, thank you for being the great partner and working on this together. Laura, thank you for your leadership. Siobhan and all the team. It's just a remarkable partnership, I think, which we demonstrate this morning, keeping this plane in the sky. I was struck by Maurice's comment in the chat, and she said, I thought she called it a slow movement of staff engagement. Like we have the slow food group. I thought it was a really interesting metaphor for me, and it chimes with something I heard a long time ago. I'm not sure where I heard it. I think it might be an African phrase. I've certainly heard it in North America. I've certainly heard it in China, and I've used the phrase myself, and I think it's relevant today. And it goes something like this. It says, if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go together. I think all of us as students, faculty, universities, educators want all of us to go far, and I think we can only do that together through true partnership, empowering our staff and our students to enable something special to happen. You've certainly made something special happen this morning, so I want to thank all of you individually and collectively for your inspiration, for your partnership, and for your contributions. So it just remains for me to say that I wish I could deliver you all lunch virtually, but unfortunately we can't do that now. Normally we'd go into a room and meet each other. So I think this is the end of the session, but there will be chat rooms will work. There's 2 chat rooms, there's a holding suite, and a sliding door. There's all sorts of, Laura, I think you might better be able to explain this than I think actually. But there are 2 chat rooms being developed in the afternoon for further discussion. Laura, do you want to come in? Yeah. 3, sorry, Laura, 3, thank you.
I'm just pasting the links into the chat at the moment there, John, so everybody should be able to see them. So we have 3 breakout rooms there if you'd like to join us. We have a postgraduate student engagement breakout. We have partnership to enhance the student learning experience, and we have the virtual lunch break, inclusivity and student engagement. So those are just being pasted into the chat there now, so you can hop over to those if you like for a chat with some of our presenters from this morning.
Thank you so much. So I'll drop off and I'll say thank you, congratulations on all your work, and thank you for all the support you give us as institutions. We really appreciate it. Be careful, be safe, and mind yourself. Thank you, everybody, and have a nice day. Thank you.
I'm sure it seems the technology does seem to work.
Yay! That's great. Oh, that's great. You're in anyway, and you have your background and everything, so we're all set. That's great. We had a few little internet issues this morning, but hopefully it's okay now.
It's inevitable, and you know, we're getting used to it. So
yeah, I think so. Yeah, we had some really good presentations now this morning, so it's going well overall.
Great.
So we're happy enough.
And I see from the chat that Gohar is also online.
Oh, is she? Oh, hang on.
She sent a chat message at least. So.
Oh, okay. Sorry, let's just see. Oh, the chat. Oh, I forgot.
Good afternoon, Laura.
Hi, Francis. We're actually still live at the moment, but we just have a holding slide because we're not starting until 2:30.
That's fine. I just wanted to do a voice check with you.
Yeah, perfect. I can hear you clearly.
Thank you.
Okay, Frances, I'm going to just put you live on the screen now to get started, okay?
Thank you.
You're live now, Frances.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody, and you're all very welcome to the afternoon session on the Empowerment and Partnership in Student Engagement Conference. My name is Frances O'Connell, the Vice President of Academic Affairs and Registrar in AIT. I'm delighted to be with you this afternoon and to work with my co-chair, Dylan Scanlon. This afternoon, we'll get the opportunity to hear about developments at the Irish national level on enabling, empowering, partnering with staff and student, co-working to maximise student engagement opportunities. We will learn from colleagues working across Europe on student participation in higher education governance and enhancement. This will allow us to reflect on our own work and approaches here. Before I hand over to Dylan, I would just like to note that in AIT we have a proud tradition in demonstrating our engagement with one of the key student feedback mechanisms, the student survey. Year on year, we've had the highest response rates from our students to the survey across all participating HEIs in Ireland. So I'd now like to hand over to you, Dylan, who is our NSTEP student trainer and a PhD student in the University of Limerick. Over to you, Dylan.
Great, thanks. No, great, thanks, Frances. I'm happy to introduce our first speaker, Oisín Hassan. Oisín is the Programme Manager of NSTEP, the National Student Engagement Programme. The programme is a partnership of the Higher Education Authority, Quality or QQI, and the Union Students of Ireland, which was founded in 2016. NSTEP works to enhance and embed practices and approaches to meaningful and authentic student engagement in higher education, supporting and fostering cultures of staff-student partnerships. So really excited to hear your presentation, Oisín.
Thank you, Dylan. I will just get my screen sorted now. think that should be it sorted. Small technical issue there. I think we're back.
Yeah, that's working, Oisín.
Brilliant, thank you. Folks, very nice to see you all here today, even if it is virtually and I can't actually see you in person. But my name is Oisín Hassan. I'm the Programme Manager of NSTEP, the National Student Engagement Programme. NSTEP is a partnership of the QQI, of the Higher Education Authority and of USI, the Union of Students in Ireland. And over the last number of years, we've been developing capacity building and training exercises across the country in student engagement. And what I'm going to talk to you today about is a kind of a new approach, a new national approach that we've been developing as we move ahead into the next phase of the programme's work. So, to set the scene, NSTEP works off the basis of a conceptual framework that was developed back in 2016 by the Higher Education Authority through their Enhancing Student Engagement and Decision Making report. And it really was a seminal moment for Irish higher education, because not only was NSTEP launched on the same day as the report and tasked with building capacity across the sector, we were also given a clear message to go to the sector with. And that message, as John O'Halloran mentioned earlier, was that students are partners, they're not consumers, and that very clearly came through at a national level. And what we wanted to do at that stage was to support institutions, staff and students together to develop institutional policies for student engagement. And that was to happen through a series of 10 principles of student engagement. But since then, we've been having a bit of a reflection on what's changed in the sector, what new practices have emerged, and what have we learned as a national sector at local and institutional and at national levels. And what we've been doing is looking again at those principles, looking again at that framework. It was very conceptual. What we wanted to do was move to a more practical basis, building on the theory, but bringing in the reality as well. And you can see, I'll not take you through it too much on the screen, but you can see we've had a bit of a process. We've been building towards this moment. We've been working with you, staff and students in all roles, in all responsibilities and in all walks of life over the last 4+ years. And what we're trying to do is bring together everything that you've experienced and everything that you've told us into a new vision. 2020 has been all about creating that new vision, that new framework. And today is actually a bit of a launch for us in starting to move towards a new approach in 2021. That has been published in a discussion paper as of yesterday, where we try to set out a new framework for student engagement and decision making in Ireland, taking that idea of the conceptual and bringing it to you, evolving it, effectively evolving what we mean by student engagement to create a more practical and agreed approach for the sector. And this, for us, really allows staff and students to work from the same basis, to understand the same principles and the same concepts. And that real shared knowledge is a way forward for developing meaningful partnership. So whenever we talk about student engagement and decision making, I want to talk to you a bit about what our understanding of that is. We haven't sought to define really rigid definitions, because everybody has a different meaning and a different approach. What we wanted to do was bring together an understanding that everyone could buy into, while also using the phrases of student engagement and concepts in their own context. So first off, what we decided to look at was the idea of student voice versus student engagement, and they're very often used interchangeably. They're used to mean the same things, but we don't think that's necessarily the case, because for us, student voice is where students actively raise opinions and views. Perhaps they're asked, perhaps they're not asked. It's that action of conversation and debate and discussion in an institution that is listened to, where students are heard. But that's not necessarily for us student engagement. For us, student engagement is the process where students and staff actually seek to work together, having listened to that voice and to actually begin to act upon it. But crucial to that is that student engagement leaves room for collaboration, because for us, not all student engagement is actually a partnership process. That doesn't mean that student engagement can't be very valuable if it's not partnership, but it is important to note the difference between the two. And for us, that student partnership is all about looking at power and how that plays a role. And that's why today's conference has been so important in terms of looking at power and empowerment. And that's been a big focus for us. We don't necessarily talk about student partnership as equals, because not everybody will play the same role. But we do want to look at it from this idea of reciprocity and beginning to share higher education and share our approaches to changing it. So what framework have we developed? We have a model that we're calling 4455, and you can see a bit more about it in the discussion paper. I'll take you through it very briefly now, and I won't go into too much detail because I want to give you time to mull it over and to engage with us in the next couple of months. Starting off with the 4-4, so there are 4 drivers. These are for us the cultural values, I suppose, that an institution should try to live and breathe if it wants to really meaningfully engage with its students. And that's the idea that the institution should be self-critical or critique and evaluate itself with openness and honesty, that it's built on principles of democracy, and that crucially the learning community is a community for all to play a role. And those roles shouldn't be rigid, that it is inclusive, that it gives space for everyone to play their part. And this idea that we've talked about so much, the idea of students as partners needs to be a lived cultural value of an institution in order to create real meaningful student engagement. The 4 domains of governance and management, teaching and learning, quality assurance and enhancement, and student representation and organisation. This is where people make things happen. This is where change happens. This is where those values, those drivers, need to be lived and actioned. And while there are lots of other spaces around the institution, we hope that everyone can see that they have a role to play in those 4 domains. You know, you might not be a teacher, but you still have a role to play in influence in teaching. So for us, the domains are where change begins to happen. The seeds are sown. The 5 principles, I mentioned 10 principles earlier, so this is a big change for the Irish sector. So I want you to take the time to go away and look at these 5 principles. But for us, the 5 principles are a narrative that we want everyone to buy into and see themselves in. And it's this idea that dialogue, it's not just about conversation and feedback. Dialogue is an active, meaningful discussion where everyone actually has a role to play. And through that meaningful dialogue that's open and transparent, we build trust between students and staff and vice versa. Through that building of trust and open conversation, we need to be equitable. So if we create student engagement approaches, can everyone access those approaches? Can everyone use the opportunities that are available to them? Because we so often talk about diversity in higher education, but how do we actively include the diversity of those voices? And by being equitable and inclusive, we empower both students and staff to take up an active role in that dialogue and that engagement. And ultimately, it should be about co-creation, where people can co-develop solutions and outcomes and ideas together. That can be the smallest of solutions to the smallest of problems, and that's where the seeds are sown for a much greater partnership. I'll leave you with the 5 enablers. We haven't gone into too much detail about those in the report that we launched yesterday, and that's because we want to talk to you over the course of the next couple of months about how do we realise these 5 enablers, how do we flesh them out, and how do we bring them together in a way that creates a framework that supports you in your work, in your role, wherever it is you are in higher education today. So our next steps are, we had a student engagement chat back in June, and we want to have more chats over the next couple of months. So we'll be coming to talk to you, staff and students across all walks of institutional life, to find out your views on the future of our framework, our national approach in Ireland. And on that, I will say thank you. I'm being told that I am to introduce Gohar. So that was my mistake. I'm afraid the co-chairs are probably screaming into the mics there. I'm really proud to introduce my friend, actually, someone who I've worked with for quite a long time, the president of the European Students' Union, Gohar Hofhannesyan, who was actually just elected not very long ago to the role, but she has a wealth of experience in her own background as a student representative in Armenia and now at the heart of Europe in Brussels. So I'll hand over to Gohar.
Thank you so much, Ocean. I hope you all hear me well. Yes, I get thumbs up. Perfect. I'm just, so happy to be joining you. And I think the first thing I want to say, just thank you for having me here in this conference, because just the Irish context and the frameworks that you use and you work with are so much close to my heart, because these are one of the first things I started studying myself when I was still a student representative back in Armenia. So just awesome to be here. Maybe, of course, I would be more excited to visit you in person in Dublin, but I will try to spend some part of my evening today, maybe just looking, doing virtual tours over Dublin, reading about the Trinity College Library, and then gasping at your beautiful landscapes. But for now, my mission is indeed to talk with you about student partnership in higher education. When I was preparing for this talk, I was thinking, what story should I be telling you to kind of bring a perspective on student partnership? Should I start from the medieval times of the Bologna University, where students used to be rectors, they would hire or reject their teachers? Or should I talk about the struggle of the Czech students during the World War II that we celebrated a week ago, the 17th of November? These are, of course, great and very inspiring stories, because students as young veins of the societies come and bring changes, not only for themselves, but for all generations that come to follow them. And we often acknowledge that universities are having a massive impact on students, but I believe that students are having a huge impact on their universities too. And this is something that we need to put in a perspective when we discuss student partnership in higher education. I think to achieve student partnership, we should start looking at the basic conditions that are enabling environment for student representation. And I think part of the framework that you were referring to, Oisin, very well describes this enablers that I want to mention now. So several type of enablers that I can mention are, for example, the institution's adherence to fundamental democratic principles, to democracy. Another enabler is clear and extensive formal provisions defining the terms of student participation for all levels and domains of institutional governance. Another enabler is full and continuous recognition of student representation as free and independent with respect to aims and decisions and activities of the student body. Then another enabler is the long-term institutional support and resources for a sustainable student representation, and of course continuous training for student representatives, and obviously political will that should come from decision makers to have actual and not just only formal continuous student involvement. I also want to focus on an aspect of conception of students by higher education institutions, because this is important when we want to understand student partnership. Universities often have a conception of students in the following different roles. They see students as members of the academic community. They might see students as a constituency or stakeholders group. They can see students as citizens and the future elite. And they often see students as consumers, clients, or users. These different conceptions of students have direct repercussions to the student and higher education governance relations. And this affects formal and informal provisions for student participation, as well as the other basic conditions for an enabling environment for student partnership. Therefore, we need changes in the environment to change the conception of students to achieve a better partnership within higher education. And then going to what do we understand by partnership? Partnership implies shared responsibilities in each step of the institutional decision-making process, and this starts from very basic things like agenda setting, drafting, decision-making, implementation and monitoring of institutional decisions, and grows more and more. It is the highest form of participation for students, so it's not just participation, but it goes beyond to achieve partnership. And at this level, representative student bodies and the university administration cooperate closely and broadly while respecting the independence of student representation. And student representatives participate in decision-making bodies, typically with full voting rights. At least this is what we observe to happen when we talk about student partnership on in different European contexts. And going beyond to embedding student partnership starts from sometimes, I would say, intentionally forgetting any hierarchical association with the word student. If those who want to partner with students believe that their responsibility is to simply act in the best interest of students, disregarding what those students actually believe their interests are, then students will really have difficulties to partner. Student partnership and their capabilities to influence the learning process should not be limited by the expectations as to their role or the behavior inherent in given cultural frames. And I know that in the United Kingdom and in Ireland, you have, I would say, one of the most developed policies and institutional practices in student-centered learning, which is explicitly linked, obviously, to student engagement and is core to student partnership. And as I said, I know this not just from hearing, but I have been learning about these frameworks when I was still a student representative in Armenia. And back then, when I read all of this and met very awesome Irish colleagues, I just gasped that it is possible to do extensive amount of work to create such a partnership. In my university, the type of partnership that I have experienced was very limited, often to tokenistic meeting rooms or some very tough arguments for the student rights, in classrooms or in corridors. And only at the European level, I would say, I started really experiencing how and what student partnership can look like. And I very much hope that you will continue embedding this further in Ireland, and this will be transposed to other European countries as well, because many other countries are just at the earlier stage of looking into student-centered approaches to education. I also firmly believe that this type of partnership is a reflection of the liberal values of modern societies, according to which agentic individuals are central to social and economic progress. Political democracy, open market economies, cultural freedom are all built around capabilities of empowered individuals. And I surely believe that higher education is expected to prepare students to become agentic individuals, both through learning the theory at the university, but as well as practicing the theory through student partnership that they can build in higher education institution. And finally, I want to say that I feel very honored to speak at this session together with Sjur Bergen, who will speak right after me, a very honorable friend for me today. His friendship to me, and not only to me, but also to a lot of other student representatives, is a successful story of student partnership. I remember the very first time I met him at a coffee break of a meeting in Council of Europe building back in Strasbourg. It was one of the very first events that I was attending as a freshly elected executive committee member of the European Students' Union. Sjur Bergen, the head of the Department of Education at the Council of Europe, approached me during this coffee break, mentioned his name, and said that it's nice to meet me. And of course, I knew his name, I knew his title, I have heard about him, I have read different things about him, and I was just amazed that he could just approach me and introduce and say hi. But today I know that Sjur came to me to greet me because partnership doesn't start with the titles and with the hierarchy, but partnership starts when persons who are willing to know each other are also willing to just partner with each other beyond the titles. That is my successful story of student partnership. And if we believe that a successful story is made out of is making a successful society where people can pursue the goals important to their own lives through individual or collective action, then I think higher education, which enables and strengthens students' partnership, is a firm condition to build a successful story and obviously a successful society. Thank you so much for listening to me. I hope that the successful society you are building in Ireland really gets to be better and better through the partnership you build in higher education institutions, and I look forward to our discussion.
Thank you so much, Gohar, and I suppose we can all give you a virtual round of applause there. And very interesting, and I'm looking forward to asking some questions. But before that, and before our next speaker, we're going to go on to a pre-recorded student perspective on the principle of building trust through student engagement now.
As a student, I feel trust in academia is crucial, and it goes both ways. And if trust, I think it's crucial that trust is established very early on, as once it's gone, it's very difficult to get back. And I think it's easy to establish at the early stages just through good communication and transparency. And of course, that goes both ways. From my experience, these are often missing from both sides of the relationship, and from the student perspective, I find when these are gone, attendance drops, motivation drops. This leads to bad grades, and that causes a snowball effect. And I can imagine from a staff point of view, it must be hard to do your job to the best of your ability when you can't trust the people you're supposed to be teaching. So ultimately, if trust is lost, nobody wins.
Thank you very much. That is very insightful piece actually from the student there about the importance of relationships, and linking back to your presentation as well. I now would like to hand over to our next presentation. This is a pre-recorded perspective on the principles of building trust through student engagement by Morgan. That was mentioned by the previous speakers. Your presentation will consider the relationship between student presentation and student engagement. I think there's quite a lot of echo. I'm seeing on the chat. Hopefully that's sorted. Just to proceed, student engagement goes well beyond elections to include deliberation and participation. Engagement is about developing commitment to public space, whether that's on campus or in society at large. The presentation we're about to hear will further consider how policymakers can encourage student engagement by making as well as by making it possible for higher education to fulfill its four major purposes. So just to introduce here, he's head of the Education Department of the Council of Europe and leads the current Council of Europe projects on competences for democratic culture and the European qualification passport for refugees. He has also represented the Council of Europe in the Bologna follow-up group and board since 2000 and chaired 3 successive working groups on structural reforms in 2007 to 2015. Hjor was a member of the editorial group for the Council's White Paper on Intercultural Dialogue and a main author of the Lisbon Recognition Convention, as well as on recommendations related to the themes of public responsibility for higher education, academic freedom and institutional autonomy, and ensuring quality education. Hjor is series editor of the Council of Europe Higher Education series and an author of the Qualification Introduction to a Concept and Not by Bread Alone entitlement, as well as a number of numerous book chapters and articles on education and higher education policy. Hjor was also one of the editors of the RAB Handbook on Leadership and Governance in Higher Education 2009 to 2015, and one of the session coordinators at the Bologna Process Researchers Conference in 2015, 2018 and 2020. He's the recipient of the 2019 European Association for International Education Awards for Vision and Leadership. So I'm sure we'll all enjoy now his recording. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, thank you very much for the invitation to speak at this conference on empowerment and partnership and student engagement. Like everyone else, I would much have preferred to be in Dublin, even in November. So I'm thankful the technology makes it possible to meet online. I am honored to be speaking immediately after my friend Gohar Hovhannisyan, the current president of the European Students' Union, and 1 week after the International Students' Day. November 17 commemorates occasions on which students and the student movement have reminded broader society of the importance of democracy and citizen engagement. That takes me to my first point. Is there a difference between student representation and student engagement? In Europe, we're doing fairly well on student representation. Even if Gohar and other student leaders would rightly argue we could do better. And even if what is true for Europe in general is not true for every European country. Belarus is an obvious example. Student representation, then, is about ensuring the student voice is heard when decisions are made. The 2018 Bologna Implementation Report states simply that almost all higher education systems require student and staff representation. When we surveyed the situation quite some years ago, students generally had 15 to 25% of representatives in university governing bodies in Europe, and I do not think the situation has changed radically. The institution and faculty levels seem to be where student representation is most solidly anchored. It seems somewhat less solid in departments and also at the level of higher education systems. At European level, students are well represented by ESU in the Bologna follow-up group and in several working groups. ESU co-chaired the group that developed principles and guidelines for the social dimension of higher education adopted by Bologna ministers just a few days ago. Student representation builds on student elections, and that is perhaps our entry into student engagement. Elections require that students engage at least enough to cast a vote. Turnout in election varies between countries, but it also varies between sectors, and turnout in student election is too often too low. So the first challenge in student engagement is getting out the vote. To do so, students must feel that who represents them in university governance matters because the decisions they make matter. Student organizations have work to do, but so do policymakers. Student engagement goes well beyond governance, as democracy goes beyond elections to include deliberation and participation. Engagement is about developing commitment to public space, whether that space is on campus or in society at large. It is about recognizing that studies are about more than ECTS credits and exams to pass. It is about making education more than just training. 2 years ago, the Council of Europe organized a conference on the local mission of higher education with Dublin City University. In 2014, we organized with other partners from both Europe and the US a conference on the democratic mission of higher education at Queen's University Belfast. neither mission can be fulfilled without student engagement. The partnership with the US is important because while US universities are not very strong on student representation, student engagement is real and to some extent institutionalized. From our partners in Dublin as well as in Belfast, we have seen good examples of student engagement with broader society, from science shop to community centres, motivating school students to aim for higher education, even if they come from an area of town where they walk past campus every day but never dream of stepping onto it. To young people exploring their options, students are better role models than professors. The student engagement we saw in Dublin and Belfast is a commitment to helping make our societies better. It can take many forms. Teaching slightly younger students and being role models to them is one. Offering practical help is another. Law students at my alma mater, the University of Oslo, have for decades been offering free legal advice to people who can ill afford to pay for it and may not even think of this as student engagement. Working on campus to help integrate new students or students who arrive from abroad is a third. These are students who may not easily find their footing in a new environment and for whom contacts with other students who already know their way around the university can make the difference between success and failure. Student engagement can be helping underrepresented groups organize, but not doing it for them. Or it cannot be teaching language to refugees and migrants. It can be revealing the delights of museums to people who would otherwise do as people from one of its neighborhoods did with Queens, walk past, but not in. As we see, there are many examples of good practice and probably even more possibilities. But how do we, as policymakers, help turn possibilities into realities? On a very immediate level, we can encourage the use of the instruments we already have. In the European higher education area, structural reforms are among the more important achievements. Structures that are to be used. The credit system and national qualifications frameworks, for which Ireland has been a pioneer, allow for greater flexibility, devising study programs and individual learning paths. Nothing should prevent any institution from granting a reasonable number of ECTS credits for student engagement that fits into a learning path. And this does not apply only to students of social sciences. It applies equally well to students of astrophysics who motivate young people at the community center to reach for the stars. In assessing quality, we could look at the way institutions encourage student engagement as one of the elements. For the possibilities to be used, higher education leaders and public authorities, as well as such institutions, must demonstrate that student engagement matters. There must be rewards so that students who engage and institutions that encourage them to do so make it clear that this is a part of what higher education is about, not just an optional extra. Policy, practice, and rhetoric need to evolve. Policymakers must make it possible for higher education to fulfill its four major purposes in equal measure. These are preparation for the labor market, preparation for active citizenship and democratic societies, personal development, and the development of a broad, advanced knowledge base. As an organization for democracy and human rights, the Council of Europe is of course particularly concerned with the role of education in developing democratic engagement. We have developed a reference framework for competences for democratic culture, with 20 competences organized around four clusters: values, attitudes, skills, and knowledge and critical understanding. They apply to all levels of education, including higher education. They can be developed in schools and on campus, but also in student engagement off campus. But they cannot be developed without engagement, without commitment, as something you learn about in theory for 2 hours a week and forget about the rest of the time. Engagement and democratic competences are like languages. You cannot learn them from books alone. And if you do not use them, you lose them. Student engagement is part of what higher education should aim for and what universities should educate for. Countries like Ireland provide good examples. We need to create opportunities for student engagement through policy, demonstrate its importance through action, and encourage it through the way we refer to students. Students are members of the academic community. They are not clients or customers. Clients shop around. If they do not find what they want, they move on. Members of a community try to improve that community and emigrate only if all else fails. The difference between students and as clients and students as students, between passive students and engaged students, is crucial not only to the future of higher education, it is crucial to Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you sincerely, Sor. We're now going to see a short video again in relation to the student voice, addressing the topic of empowerment and partnership.
Empowerment to me in our higher education and in our institutions is directly linked with engagement and awareness of how institutions run. So for students, empowerment can be knowing that things like there are committees in the college that you can sit on, like academic council or student experience, being a class rep and getting engaged at class rep council and helping make decisions and putting forth campaigns and helping the Students' Union run campaigns, and also learning what the Students' Union is and how every student is a member in the union and your voice matters. I also think students forget that they directly affect the decisions that happen in the college when things aren't working. Students can come together and use their collective voices and empower each other and to make a change for the better. And they can also affect their wider community as well with similar campaigns. And empowerment is also talking with like lecturers and things and librarians and other people and staff within your institution, creating a dialogue between these different staff members and different students can really empower both sides to improve institutions and improve education as a whole.
Thank you. We've now hit the part of our proceedings this afternoon for a questions and answers session. And perhaps if I might just launch this by asking Johar or Sor in relation to what they think are the obstacles to building a culture of partnership within higher education institutions. I ask this from my own position as a vice president and registrar as regards what are those obstacles or barriers culturally that may influence this partnership. If I'd like to ask Sor perhaps first.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you also for accepting the recording. As you can see, I'm not quite the digital native generation like Johar, so we thought it was the safer option. I think actually the atmosphere, the context in which you have student representation depends a lot on the context of society at large. If you have a society that accepts that you can challenge authority, if you have a society that accepts engagement, then it's also easier to build a culture of partnership. So I think partly it depends obviously on the attitudes of decision makers in the institution. They have to not only themselves believe, but very clearly signal that student input to the life of the institution is valuable. But the other aspect perhaps is also that students themselves have to want to engage. So they have to be recognized for this somehow. it has to be clear to students that this is not time wasted. And I think education is very important in building commitment to public space. And I think, you know, one of the things we're seeing in society now is more of a concentration on our individual private space and less on public space. But I'll leave it at that because I'm sure Gohar would have a lot to say about this also.
Thank you, sir. Can I hand over to Gohar just in relation to your perspective on this?
Sure. Yeah, I will. I'll probably start from this last part that Sue mentioned about the need for students to recognize that their input is needed to develop partnership within education and to develop education overall, because we have been debating among ourselves, among student representatives on this as well. And here we see that, especially for those students who come from a type of a schooling system which is very parental, kind of, where in the school they don't really have liberty to take ownership of their learning, it becomes really challenging to engage in student partnership and in building partnership in higher education at the university level, because it's kind of a very new way of functioning for them, and they might often even resist. They might just resist on taking new responsibilities, on taking ownership for their learning, on taking self-directed approach to their learning. So all this resistance kind of has certain reasons why they are built in, and then the role of the institutions here comes to create this very open communication with students and truly give them kind of the trust that their voice is needed and is heard and will be useful. And I think a big obstacle for this particular situation becomes the resistance among academia, among the teachers, because these are the kind of the primary contacts for students, right? To actually kind of perceive what is their role in the classroom. And if in the classroom they feel that their teachers are resisting to give them any ownership for learning, then it becomes really hard to engage with the partnership. So I think we need to work a lot with our teachers to make sure that they trust students to give some ownership, and this will enable creating deeper partnership.
Thank you very much, Gohar. Can I hand over to Dylan, my co-chair?
Great, thank you both for really interesting presentations and a lot we can learn in the Irish context here. And I suppose my question, and one of the questions from the audience as well, is going to focus on what we can learn in the Irish context. So my first one for yourself, Gohar. At the start of your talk there, you went through the basic conditions enabling student representation, the enablers of student representation, which align with the framework which Oisín outlined as well at the start of this session. From your experience, is there a priority enabler or one that we should invest our energies in the Irish context?
Yeah, I guess I would need to have a deeper understanding of the Irish context at the moment to go deep in. But so far, what I see from the outside, at least through my interaction with different decision makers and academia representatives in Ireland, I see that there is a strong kind of will from the side of the decision makers to come to a partnership with students. So I would say that this is the most important precondition, and I hope that well, I guess the Irish students might correct me if I'm wrong, but I see from the outside that the will is there. Another thing that I could say could be interesting to do maybe for the Irish context is to actually kind of research what's the impact of student engagement. How does student engagement impact the university, the development of the university, both the social and the academic development of the university. And here I think you can get really interesting data and outcomes from such a research that could help to go beyond what what you have at the moment.
Brilliant, thank you. Brilliant, thank you, Gohar. And as a student, I definitely agree with you there as well, with the will in the Irish student representation here. We have a question from the chat then, which can be adapted to both speakers. Are there any areas of student engagement that could be improved in Ireland? I suppose if we start with you, Sor, and maybe you're looking at the existing instruments which you spoke about. Is there a particular instrument or an area of student engagement that, from your knowledge of the Irish context, that we can improve in?
Thank you. I don't know if my knowledge of the Irish context is really sufficient to give clear advice to Ireland. I think in many ways Ireland, is an example for many other countries also. But if I can sort of turn this around and pick up a bit on the previous question also, and while I certainly agree with Gohar, but it maybe underline another aspect, and that is, in a sense, our view of competence. Because I think one obstacle, both to students and to staff, is that both students and staff sometimes may have a quite traditional, quite narrow view of what competence really is. In other words, they would focus on the subject-specific competence. Student engagement, student representation also develops transversal competences, to use the terms of the tuning project. In other words, analytical skills, presentation skills, listening skills, and things like this. And we really need to see this also as an investment in, our own competence, as well as being a benefit to the institution and to society. Here again, I think actually the work that Ireland has been doing on its qualifications frameworks and the qualification in general, again, is an example that many others in Europe can also learn from.
Thank you, Sor. Can I just come in there and pick up on a point that both of you have indirectly linked to about the value added of getting involved as a student? And as we know, there's so much competing demands on students' time now in terms of their directed learning, their self-directed learning, that seeing that immediate value for them in engaging in structural arrangements in an institution to partner, that might not necessarily be obvious to the student or the institution. And how could we improve that, either formally or otherwise? So I might ask you first and then Johan, if that's okay.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Well, I think one of the ways in which you could improve it is actually use the credit system, use the ECTS systems, and say student engagement can count toward your degree. Obviously, then you need to balance that with everything else that counts. I'm not saying that you should have a bachelor of 180 credits in student engagement, but certainly, there are courses, there are activities that fit in, and that definitely should help it. I think also increasingly, there again, I'm certainly not a voice for seeing education only as preparation for employment, but it has that dimension also. And I think many employers today increasingly look at not only what you did on campus, but what you did off campus, outside of the classroom. So it really does count. And we have to be, I think, better at getting that message across.
Thank you, sir. And Gohar, can I just ask for your final comments, please, on that topic?
Sure. Yeah, I fully agree with Stuart. I think especially application of ECTS for extracurricular activities that are done in student body, through engaging with student body is a great way. And I think because if we look what really motivates students to engage is an interesting social experience that brings a type of informal learning that they gain through engaging with student activities and with student union particularly. So I think, yeah, this type of fruitful social learning experiences, informal learning experiences, are the aspects that could be embedded more in student participation and in student engagement to make sure that students are truly motivated and engaged, and this will obviously also create a kind of sense of belonging among students to the student body, but also to the institution itself.
Thank you. I'd like to thank our speakers. I'm very conscious of our time and in terms of sticking to the agenda for today. So on behalf of myself and Dylan, I would just like to thank the conference for inviting us as co-chairs, and on my own behalf for the valuable lessons learned today from the presentations. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Great, and now I'm going to introduce, we're going to move on to our next speaker, who is Karen Maguire, Head of Stakeholder and Communications Division at QQI. I think I pronounced the first name wrong. Oh, I think you're muted there.
Muting is the game of the day, and thank you so much. Thanks for that introduction, Dylan, and thank you so much to our speakers. Thank you for our audience for sticking with us, and thanks for your patience around all our little imperfections today. But I think all in all, it's been a great day. It's actually, for me, I feel it's kind of impossible to come in after so many inspiring talks today, and I suppose to have any kind of an impact at this hour of the day. But we certainly had some fantastic, inspiring talks and some wonderful video contributions. And I think what we really miss is the applause in all of this. If any webinar or conference is worth listening back to, and let's face it, we probably have so many at this stage that we've promised we will reflect on when we get a chance, please listen back to this one. Let this be the one. It's totally rich with energy and inspiration. It offers so many tips on immediate impact, on long-term planning. There's plenty of opportunities to be followed through on, plenty of concepts, whether you're from further education and training or higher education. Please prioritise this recording just before you reach your holiday limit, as I think many of us are very close to that limit, and certainly webinar fatigue is a huge part of that, particularly for our staff and students and those staff that are still with us. So I suppose partnership is a really important strategic imperative for QQI, and I have to say, maybe I'm biased, but I do think we're flourishing in this approach. We're delighted to bring 2 powerful initiatives together today to team up to demonstrate, and 3 when we add in USI as well. QQI has benefited and multiplied effort so many times over, and impact when partnering up with StudentSurvey, USI, student representatives, and of course the NSTEP programme, which we're happy to steer with our partners in the Higher Education Authority. All of these initiatives and engagements keep us as an agency very close to the reality of how things are acting out on the ground, how they're faring out on the front line, as we refer to it now. But of course, it's not all about the students, because we also have to enable and ensure, as many of the speakers have said, that staff are recognised as an essential element of this genuine, legitimate partnership. And I suppose this is the happy union we're trying to achieve and trying to support today. Support for both is still required ongoing. Many of the speakers have referenced the leadership of Oisín, Siobhan, Lorna and Kevin today, but I can truly say I have witnessed this leadership firsthand on so many occasions, and I am completely in awe of them. What more can I say? They were impressive before COVID, but during this unprecedented trying time for everybody, they have been absolutely outstanding. I'm just amazed every time I engage with them, and as have many of our students and staff trying to cope during this time. Maybe just to reflect on some of the earlier comments and I suppose concepts that, just to reiterate some of what was said. Lorna, I think, started us off by talking about meaningful student engagement, genuine partnership, And I suppose the QQI executive, we definitely have an opportunity to see that frontline genuine partnership. As Mairead said, there's plenty of opportunities to report into us. But when we go out to talk to institutions, I think, you know, the partnership Richter scale is definitely evident. The empowerment in partnership, completely and utterly believe in this. Partnership is truly empowerment. And I suppose as a quality assurance and qualifications authority, it's worked so effectively to multiply our own efforts with such partnerships, NSTEP and others amongst them. The NSTEP, of course, is the epitome of that partnership between staff and students, and it is a great initiative. It's proving to be quite successful for those who have taken it up and run with it. And of course, the data from the student survey is the essential fuel for this really important partnership to be much more effective. And I mean, there is lots of talk about co-creation as well. I think in the current context, we can see that students are now in the space of co-creators. That is, of course, if we listen to them and take action and realise and recognise that this is actually where we are to make most of our progress. As Lorna said, we can't actually risk missing out on some of the great opportunities, and I completely agree with this. Sophia and Lucy, a fantastic piece on the provocative partnerships, and of course, yes, the dynamic created by students coming forward should be provocative. Of course it should. The co-creation concept, as our last two speakers have also referenced, is really a place where we want to see everybody moving forward. The poetic dialogue, what a creative and accessible approach, and the sheer power of partnership coming through there again, understanding the power play in that partnership. Together we can make it each another more powerful. Yes, it's impressive and impactful when we work together. Genuine, legitimate partnership. Couldn't agree with Sophia and Lucy more. I could have listened to them forever. I think I'll definitely be purchasing their book on the power of partnerships. And I suppose when Hilary said that she hopes students are as essential to us as they are to her, I think we all agree that students and listening to students and engaging them is a most productive and essential piece for all of us to understand. If we're no longer students, watch out for the humanity factors. Of course, this is a different context. Everybody has different humanity factors, and also growing up in such a different world these days, I think the humanity factors are something that we all need to keep in mind. Students are better role models than professors. Now, that's not something that I'm saying. I'm obviously quoting Serge there, and thank you for that statement. I suppose that has actually made me think about, yeah, you know, I probably have said that to myself on a few occasions. We've seen quite impactful student contributions turn around the outcomes of so many, certainly quality assurance activities over the years. And I think many of my colleagues in QQI would agree with that. On the direction of policies, strategic input at governance level for institutions, changing an expert panel perspective during all sorts of accreditation activities, including research, winning a panel over during an institutional review and turning it around for an institution. And more recently, my own personal experience in chairing a European review of an international quality assurance agency. The student member led many of those sessions, and I would have gladly allowed him to chair it as well. So, you know, students are better role models than professors. There's definitely something there. Maybe just to say, in my own personal experience, I have to say I have found engaging with students as being one of the most productive parts of my role in my organisation, and also in the legacy agencies that I've worked for. It's energising, it's invigorating, it's real, it always leads to productive outcomes, and I think it typifies innovation that's waiting for all of us on our own doorstep if we use it properly. That includes agencies, government departments, it includes representative bodies, and of course providers. So let's consider how we can use that. There's too much else to go over again, except just to thank our speakers again. Thanks again to Oisín and Siobhan, again showing your leadership in bringing this conference together. Also to Lorna and Kevin for backing us on this. And also to all of you for keeping us closer to the stars, as Serge has said earlier. Thanks also to Laura, who's really helped pull all of this together today, and other QQI colleagues. It's been quite the production, even though the participants may not see it. Thanks to Louise, Luke, Duncan and Alison, Mairead and Sue. They've all worked very long and hard to bring this event to you. And thanks again to our very impressive audience at this stage. We hope really to bring our speakers back so that you can hear more about their efforts, and to keep this as a very live topic on the agenda going forward as far as QQI is concerned. So let's all go much, much further together in this empowering partnership and make it work for everybody. And don't forget to watch out for the student engagement framework. Thank you very much.